All right, folks, we are live, and we didn't do an intro. We got a lot of other folks that are streaming this as well, so we didn't want to run into any sort of copyright issues, which always happens when you're doing your intro and somebody else is restreaming it. Anyways, folks, we got a great show for you tonight. Welcome to the show here on the Dangerous Liberty podcast, and everybody else is tuning in from Chase and Matt Tardio and Chuck and Al and everybody else. Welcome. We got a great show for you tonight. We got a lot to talk about, some really important topics that we are going to cover tonight. And without further ado, since we're already running just a little bit late, I want to bring everybody on. And from basically top to bottom, if you guys will just introduce yourself. Chuck, go right ahead. Tell us about you a little bit and, your military experience, and we'll take it from there.
Chuck Holton, 8 years in the military, 4 as a ranger in the 75th Ranger Regiment. And then I got tired of sleeping in mud puddles and went and learned how to fly helicopters for the last 4, and then got out because they didn't have enough money to keep me in, and eventually became a war correspondent because I was the only guy in that was willing to go to Iraq and Afghanistan from several different networks. And so that kind of became my shtick. I've been a war correspondent now for about 25 years. I go to 15 or 20 countries a year and don't get to go to any of the nice places. They need to have a war in Aruba or someplace nice.
Don't worry.
They never fight over nice places.
Trump could probably make that happen. Don't worry about that little guy. Green Beret nap time. Chase. Tell everybody about
Gary.
What's up, buddy?
Hey. Oh, no, another day. Glad to be here again. It's always fun to come have a chat with you.
Yeah, man.
For those you don't know, I run GBNT, Green Beret Nap Time, which is, we get a lot of questions. I did a post the other day of like what GBNT actually means, and it's just that we party like rock stars, and so sometimes during the duty day we need a GBNT so that we can then continue on and continue kicking ass and being awesome. So that's all it means. It's an inside joke between GBs, and every other Green Beret knows it, So it's just one of those things. I honestly never thought it was going to take off like this, and it did. So here we are. But I did almost 14 years active. Was 18 Delta, and then ran the irregular warfare training campaigning course before I got out, and now just contract and do this stuff for fun. So live the great life.
Awesome, Matt.
Yeah. Did 16 years in the military, split between the infantry and SF. Sniper, Ranger qualified, all those like good, crazy things. Got about 4 years overseas in total. Went into law enforcement after that for 2 years, then went into training Leos and got in the podcast world through a buddy of mine. I run Speak the Truth over on YouTube and over on X. You can find me, Matt Tardio, at AngerTab. I think most of these people probably know who I am. Like our audience shares, they're like one and the same, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as you can see, none of us are SEALs because we don't like to talk about ourselves. But for those of you that don't know,
none of us have tried to sell somebody their workout video yet.
No.
I was getting there. Dude.
For those of you that don't know me, my name is Gary Melton, and 9/11 happened. A couple days later, I was in the military, or went to the recruiting station. Spent some time in the regular Army as a sniper team leader during the initial push into Iraq. Came back SF, got out in 2012, took a job with the Department of State as a special tactics instructor, and we started Paramount Tactical Solutions. And in 2023, this is what I do full time. Believe it or not, I'm not paid by any feds, Israelis, Bibi Netanyahu, or anybody else. Gary paid. The only person paying me is this guy. He's got 2 thumbs. But look, there's a lot going on in the world, and I think we are definitely in an information war, to quote one of our good people out there on the interwebs as well, Alex Jones. But anyways, look, there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of things have happened, especially since September, since Charlie Kirk's assassination. I think the culmination of a much larger psyop kind of started right there, and what we're seeing is something that's taken off and has turned much more political. And I do think that truth is important. There's nothing more important than the truth. And there's a lot of folks that have given into the idea that their channels are more important, clicks, views are more important, and it's a real shame. And one of the conversations I was having with Matt probably about a week and a half ago or so, I was like, look, there's a lot of guys out there that are in SF and SOCOM in the military that are basically speaking for either the SF regiment, for the military in general. And I have a real problem with that. And because some of these that are the most prominent are, quite frankly, just the biggest liars. And or I'll at least say this. I'm gonna try to be as gracious and as professional to everybody that we talk about tonight as I possibly can. They are not telling the truth. All right. Now, if either that's because they're just so irresponsible that they get it wrong every single time. But what it comes down to is these people are participating in, quite frankly, anti-American propaganda. It is okay. It's not only okay, it is your duty as an American to criticize your government, to hold them accountable. But when time after time after time, you're lying about your government, you're lying about certain things that have political and national ramifications. And then on top of that, you are using your Green Beret, your military status, or whatever else as your credibility to do so. That's a real problem. And matter of fact, that is 10 times worse to me than stolen valor. Stolen valor is a real problem. But usually when we're talking about someone that with stolen valor, they're trying to, kind of exaggerate their experiences, exaggerate, their awards or whatever. It only benefits them. When you're speaking for the entire military, or you're speaking using the credibility of the military or SOCOM career, whatever it is, and you're lying incessantly, you are doing such damage to everything that you're doing. Has national implications, and you are telling people, a lot of people are going to believe you just because you have a Green Beret or you have an SF or you're a SEAL or whatever it is. So I thought it was going to be a great idea to get a bunch of veterans together. And I just want to say that, like, we're not speaking for the regiment as far as SF. We're not speaking for the military. We're giving you a counter narrative and what we believe to be the truth. And I think the guys on here, I chose specifically because I know they spend a lot of time ensuring what they're putting out as the truth. And if they get something wrong, they have the integrity to come back and tell you, look, hey, I got this wrong, and I want to correct the record. That's not what we see from the other side. So I've said my piece on that. Matt, why don't you kind of say whatever you want to say and kind of lead us off a little bit?
Yeah. So I'm with you. I think there's a lot of people that are kind of like leaning on the regiment or leaning on their military characteristics and speaking for all of us. And I don't think that really quite works that way. Nor should it. Nobody in this world has the exact same opinions at any moment in time. And I don't care who you vote for or what it is. We all formulate our own opinions. People on this planet that are married know that to be the truth. And we're going to start this off to give you guys kind of a once over of what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be talking about Joe Kent. We are going to be talking about Nate from Valhalla VFT. Are we bringing up Shawn Ryan today? Are we doing that? I didn't pull those clips that I wanted to pull.
We can talk about them in some generalities. I think
we might need to have a part 2 on that, but there is a portion of it that I think does bleed over to Joe, because, when we start talking about the grift, particularly that's taking place in it, Shawn Ryan's now putting out updates from Joe Kent, on his, assessments. And that is what it is. It's people jumping over into their Patreon and paying for it that way. That is what it is. But the one thing that's readily apparent, and I think that everybody on this panel would agree on, is the way in which he resigned was one of probably the most unprofessional things I've ever seen in my life. Is that true across the board with the letter of resignation? Yeah. And that is something that
I definitely agree.
That is something that within a corporate world, if you were to take that letter of resignation and you just share it to that extent, with all of that, you're never getting another job in corporate America. And it has a lot of mixed politics and a lot of mixed feelings that end up going into it. And I think the one thing that we actually need to talk about, if you wouldn't mind queuing up that first video that I have there for these guys, is just kind of how it goes into, how I would say, this narrative that Israel is causing everything to go down. Even if I go over to Joe's page, which I'll show you guys here in a sec, everything is about Israel, and it is just hate for Israel. Israel's drug us into this. And this one in particular, he is talking about Israel kind of dragging us into this war with Iran. But in this clip, what he's talking about is, as long as Trump can keep Israel in check, that this ceasefire is going to be successful.
Resulted in the change that we wanted. You and I be having this conversation like in Kabul or Baghdad, some prime real estate, but we're not. So yeah, yes, we have beaten the crap out of the Iranians. However, the Iranians have come to utilize their strategic advantage that we really can't take away from them permanently, which is geography. Like they can control the Straits of Hormuz to a certain extent. Could we smack them temporarily and take it? Yeah, sure. But they have kind of come into their own on grabbing the Straits, which is something they weren't doing in previous iterations. And so now they.
So I'd like to pause it right there, right? Because he brings up and he says it's something they weren't doing in previous iterations, because those previous iterations, what was happening was not to this extent. Killing Soleimani, for example, right? That was not a direct attack on Iran. It was a direct attack on Soleimani. Everybody knows that Soleimani was a pile of garbage. The reason the Gulf nations and the reason the rest of the world has been so reluctant to do anything against Iran is because this has always been a card that they've kept in their back pocket that they can pull out. It's not Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. It's not Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz. It's Iran threatening to attack, and the commercial vessels and their insurance companies telling them they're not allowed to transit through it. So by stating that if we didn't do this, this wouldn't be a problem is one of those things where, well, we wouldn't get in gunfights with criminals if we would just allow them to rob banks.
Yeah.
You know, it is the same general concept that goes into that. It is not up for debate that Iran has 60+% enriched uranium. And we're going to get into it a little bit deeper, but that's his first, statement that he ends up making. And then he starts getting into Israel.
They are. And so they're really flexing that muscle. So I think we have a very hard lift, and I think we're going to have to eat a little bit of humble pie in the sense of like, we're not going to be able to just order around Iran like we previously have been able to. We're going to have to kind of address them as peers, or as someone we're not necessarily peers, but that we respect them.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be hard for us to do because, it's a war and it's heated. But again, man, the fact that the vice president's there right now, I'm cautiously optimistic. This is the right move by the president. I know he's getting a lot of pressure from the same people that are attacking me right now are saying like, why is the president doing this? Like they should just be kicking the crap out of Iran. Go, go, go. So
Yeah.
for him to continue to weather that storm, like I respect the fact that he's doing that.
And you bring up Vance, and
So JD Vance going up over into Pakistan for these negotiations was not because Iran is this, huge foe that we have to bring it up. The reason JD Vance actually went to Pakistan isn't because we look at them as if they're peers. It's because Iran refused to negotiate with Kushner and Witkoff. Kushner because of his connections to Israel, and Witkoff because they don't trust him because of the previous negotiations when we ended up, during the 12-day war saying that we were going to end up bombing them, that we were going to go into a negotiation with them on the same day that we opened up bombing them. And so they're saying they don't trust them. Therefore, now we're sending JD Vance at their request. And Trump is trying to make a deal, trying to get the stuff off the table so that we can stop bombing them and save the United States a little bit of money here. But that is the reason for them going, not because we view them as a foe, but because we're trying to appease the international community at the same time of getting this uranium out without risking any more U.S. lives.
I know there's a lot of these quotes are, I don't know if it's a joint article.
And I want to pause it right there, and I want to open up this next chunk of the video. Yeah, I think we're there. Let me go ahead.
The Times of Israel article. There's New York Times. I guess it was it kind of timelined like Netanyahu's presentation in February 11th, and then some of the reaction to it, and then the stuff that kind of got the big headlines was Vice President saying, "I think it's a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll support you." Do you think Vance saying that had any impact whatsoever on what the president ultimately does? Or do you think, knowing President Trump like you do, or just any types of interactions you have, like Trump's going to listen, but he's ultimately got to do his own thing?
I think he's going to listen. I think in this case, that New York Times article that the White House hasn't really pushed back on, which tells you a lot.
Yeah.
To me, that article was fairly accurate in the sense of like Israel driving this operation, Israel pushing regime change. So that article to me sounds about right. The president made the choice he did, although that was.
Now he's bringing up the New York Times article. In that particular New York Times article, it also says that after Benjamin Netanyahu and Mossad ended up having a meeting with Donald Trump inside of the Situation Room, that Donald Trump brought in 2 additional members of the U.S. intelligence community. And those 2 additional members of the U.S. intelligence community reviewed the intel that Israel provided overnight, and they made several assessments. That number 1, yes, we could kill the Ayatollah. Number 2, we could affect their ability to project themselves, i.e. their ballistic missiles and their foreign terror organizations. But as it goes down to regime change, which he's going to start, pushing, and it's kind of a common theme, as it goes down to the regime change, that the U.S. isn't going to take part in that, and it specifically says that that's their problem. But it fits into the Israeli agenda that they're pushing on. Do you guys kind of agree with that? Because I've got a lot more examples of that.
No, I do agree with that. And this is one of the things that Joe Kent, number 1, he wasn't in the decision-making process at all. He was part of the NCTC, which is obviously a Intel Fusion Center. And one of the things that really irritates me is him projecting familiarity with Donald Trump. He's not part of his cabinet. He wasn't in meetings with him every single day. And he doesn't even know what meetings he's having with other groups all the time. But yes, the thing that Joe and many others are alleging essentially is that, Trump is surrounding himself by a bunch of people that are either controlled by Israel or that Trump himself is being controlled by Israel, which is, ludicrous on its face.
Absolutely. It's really difficult to swallow something like that when you see the president making tweets where he's literally prohibiting Israel from doing what they need to do in Lebanon, where President Trump is ordering Israel around like they work for him. I don't know how you can try to make the case and make people believe that Israel is the one actually calling the shots there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he's about to make another one. What about you, Chase? What you got?
It's the same garbage we've been combating since October 7th, 2023. Like, I don't know if you remember the days when all we did was just like argue about whether the thing that Trump said was too crazy or, not crazy enough, and like make fun of lefties. And now we have to deal with all these like people that are just like, it's because of Israel, it's because of the Jews. And I'm like, dude, like, you fell for propaganda made for Russian peasants in 1903. And then the same nonsense that the Nazis pushed and a bunch of Germans fell for as well. And now you're falling for literally the exact same thing that history has already proven multiple times is false. And you're telling me the same talking points. You're using all the same, like, you'll be like, oh, they rule the world. They own all mass media. They own all this. And I'm like, okay, show me how they own that. Where do they own all the mass media? Where do they own? They're overrepresented. How are they overrepresented? Explain that. Explain to me how they're overrepresented. Oh, they just are. And if they aren't, then it's because they rewrote the books and they rewrote the history books. And I'm like, dude, all right. So are they aliens? Are they super like beings that are just some magic and they can take, like, it's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my whole life. And now I have to spend time like combating this because it's so widespread and it's so every single day. And now we don't get to fight against Marxists and all the people that are actually, and it's the same people pushing this, right?
Yeah.
So all the same people that pushed, all the COVID propaganda, all the same people that pushed everything against Trump the first time, the same people that pushed the leftist propaganda that almost got Trump assassinated twice, they got Charlie Kirk assassinated. Now we're having to combat that because they fooled a bunch of people on the right as well. And I'm like, what are we doing, guys? Like,
I'm starting to think that I'm sorry to talk over you. I'm starting to think that the right left continuum is more of a circle because people fall off to the right so far that they end up on the left. It seems like they're all espousing the same things.
You guys are going to love this next clip.
Yeah. Oh, let's roll it. Because I'm already fired up. I got blood pressure going. We're good.
I've got so many good clips for you guys. You guys are going to love this next clip. All right. If you guys could throw that one up center screen. Yep. It's a brand new one I should be sharing with you guys. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let that sucker roll.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do we see the same thing from Trump now?
I think we probably will. I mean, that was a very strongly worded post they put out, and it was the right post. It was the right message. But here's the thing. It actually has to be followed up with action, because there has been lots of presidents, to include President Trump, who have been strong with the Israelis, who've used strong language. But the problem is we still continue to send billions and billions of dollars of military assistance to the Israelis. Every time they ask us for something, we essentially give it to them. This entire
So let's pause it right there. Does the USA give money to Israel for their military industrial complex? Answer, yes. 80% of that money goes back into the United States military industrial complex. That is essentially what the United States is doing, is subsidizing, all right, our U.S. military industrial complex to Israel. So it's creating more jobs. So they do ask for, certain amounts of munitions. Every country does when they go to buy it from the United States. Israel's no different than them. The United States approves it. Now, here's the catch. We can all go all the way back to 2024 when, was it 24? Yeah, 24, when Israel was about to go into Rafah. And Joe Biden actually ended up holding up the arms sales to Israel. And that's when Kamala Harris actually came out and said, that Israel can't go into Rafah. There's no place for these people to go. I've looked at the maps. I've studied the maps. There's no place for them to go. The fact is that Israel doesn't control the United States. We control Israel. That is just a fact. We didn't even allow them to go into Rafah. And the result of that was a United States citizen that goes by the name of Hirsch Goldberg that ended up getting killed inside of Rafah as a result of Joe Biden actually holding that up. So when we start talking about, is the United States, just outright funding Israel, the answer is no, we're not. And as a matter of fact, Israel's moving away because of that. Israel's actually moving at popping the nipple of the United States out of their mouth, and they're developing their own weapon systems. The bombs that actually ended up killing Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah over inside of Beirut, were actually developed by the Israelis. Those were their very own bunker busters that they ended up using to do that. So it's not like the United States has this carte blanche across Israel, that we get to tell them every single thing. They're actually trying to move away from it because of that. Do you guys agree with that?
It's not
Absolutely.
only, they're not only trying to move away from it because of that, they're trying to move away from it because of all of the stipulations we put on them and the control we have over them because of that money. Like people don't agree, they're like, oh, we give them money. Like, yeah, we give that money with strings attached. You understand how that works? Like the same, you're telling me that I'm saying something and I'm getting paid to say it, right? You're telling me that I'm saying something that's strings attached, right? Well, we actually literally do that, and it's public record with Israel. But you won't acknowledge that. You'll call us all these things that you can't prove, but you won't acknowledge the reality of the room is that we pull the strings. And I did a whole article on it, on the whole financial footprint. I posted all the sources. I made graphs, like everything, and people still don't believe. They're like, nah.
Well, the reality is, if we were being honest, Israel is an American proxy in the Middle East, and
yes,
that's exactly what they are. And so we are able to project power by, with, and through them without putting ourselves at risk. And we have a lot of control in the Middle East because of Israel and because they are an ally. Yeah, they go off the rails sometimes. But that's another thing too. Like, just recently I've been talking to some people that live in Israel, and you guys, like people out there watching, do you not understand the sentiment that is in Israel, that they're pissed off at Bibi Netanyahu for the same things that people are trying to say that they're mad about Trump? Like, they're mad at Bibi Netanyahu because the United States controls their government, their military actions. They want to do things that we're constantly putting, the binders on them, and they don't have autonomy in the Middle East. So, take that for what it is. But those are just facts, because we hold all the cards like we do in the rest of the entire world. We just finally have a president that's willing to actually swing his weight around, the weight of the United States around, both economically and militarily. And we just haven't seen that before.
Yeah. You guys want to keep it rolling? Let's keep it rolling.
War could have been prevented, even going back to the 12-day war. It could have been prevented if we just simply would have taken away elements of Israelis' defense funding or some of the features of their air defense that we give them, and said to them very plainly, we will give you enough to defend yourselves. However, we will not give you any support or any material to go on the offense. That could have prevented this whole thing. That's what several of us were actually petitioning for ahead of the 12-day war. After the 12-day war, after Midnight Hammer, there was a hope in the administration and a hope from President Trump that, hey, we completely destroyed their nuclear production capabilities. This is a done deal for us. Now, seeing how aggressive the Israelis had been and how they view the opportunity right now to take down the Iranian regime, we knew that the Israelis were going to come back and demand more action. We could find ourselves in a similar pattern where the Israelis right now realize they've made Trump so angry, and there's enough people speaking out and pointing out how Trump got tricked, he got played, etc., that, you know, Trump just says, okay, I've had enough of your crap, Bibi. And the Israelis say, okay, fine. But we continue to fund them. That gives the Israelis the ability later on in a couple months, or even less time than that, a couple weeks, to come back in, to take an action that breaks the ceasefire, that sucks us back into the conflict, or they use their echo chamber, which is what you and I basically just described, a series of advisors within the White House, Israeli government officials who have access to us, who can circumvent basically the intelligence channels, pro-Israel elements in the media, the donors that talk to.
So there's so much stuff that we have to address just in that 2-minute statement, because he rambles so much on so many different topics. And every single time I hear people do this, you know, you have to address each single point, because if you don't, you let it slide.
Yeah.
And so we start with the 12-day war, because, you know, ever since we ended up interviewing him over on X and on my channel, the one now statement that's coming out is that Israel influenced Trump to go from no nukes to no nuclear enrichment, or no enrichment of uranium. And the fact is that we pulled out of the JCPOA in 2019, not because of Israeli influence, but because the Obama administration is the only modern administration, right, in U.S. history that has wanted Iran to be able to enrich uranium. That's the only one. That is the only one. Back during Bush's administration, we started to develop the GBU, what is it, 57, the 30,000-pound bunker buster?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. We started to develop the GBU 57 in 2007, specifically for Iran, specifically because they were working towards enrichment. And it wasn't until Obama got in office that we signed the JCPOA. And then Trump ends up getting elected, right, the following year, and then we end up pulling out of the JCPOA. Why? Because of the enrichment clause. And Iran, by the way, was still beholden to the JCPOA by numerous other countries, including the UK, including Germany, including China, including Russia. Like, all of these countries were all a part of it. The EU, right? All a part of the JCPOA. And so for Iran to pretend like they weren't a part of that, not to mention they were signatories to the NPT, right? And they failed every aspect of that. And so we're backing out because we don't want them to enrich uranium, and they're blaming it on the United States of America. Joe Kent's blaming it on the president of the United States, saying that Israel influenced them, when the fact is every U.S. president, minus Barack Obama, was against Iran enriching uranium. Just flat out. There's no other way to look at that. That's just a fact. And I called him out on X for it, and he ended up trying to come out and state that, well, it wasn't Trump that said it. It was, the Secretary of State. Like, okay, so you're telling me that the Secretary of State's now going against, President Trump's decisions? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Like, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And they're picking and choosing little lines that end up going out of it. Anybody else?
Well, think about what Joe Kent is saying here. He's actually advocating for the status quo. He's saying that we shouldn't have gone in the 12-day war. We shouldn't have done this. We should have just left it the way it was. And the way it was Iran funding all of these proxies that didn't just stay in the Middle East. Hezbollah is in Venezuela, and Hamas has got people in the United States, and so does Iran. And my friend Oliver North, an Iranian kill team tried to kill him and his family. And they tried to go after Mike Pompeo, and they tried to go after the Secretary of State. So, I mean, he's advocating that let's just stay with that. Let's just go with that. And we finally have a president, as you mentioned, who has the guts to actually do something about this and address the root problem that everybody knew was the problem all along. They didn't have to, it wasn't Hezbollah, it wasn't Hamas, it wasn't the Houthis, it was Iran. And all of this just kind of came to a head, of course, when the Iranian people begged President Trump to come do something.
Yeah, and I want to address this comment real quick. Sammy, we'll just call her Sammy. Sammy says Kent knows nothing. Well, that's not true, actually, Sammy, because the problem is 6 months ago, Joe Kent was saying the exact same things that we are, including like completely against the idea that Israel controls the United States. Very aggressive toward Iran, saying that we should take out their ballistic capabilities. So it's not that he knows something. I don't know what his motivation is. I'm done trying to figure out people's motivations. All I'm going to do is say, hey, you know what? I know that they're lying. They've changed for some reason, and I don't give a shit what their motivation is. What I can see is the trajectory of their actions, their words, and what they're wanting done, and I can see it's damaging to the United States. I don't know, because I think, you know, what Joe Kent's motivation is different from Tucker's, different from Valhalla, it's different from Shawn Ryan. I don't know what these people's motivations are, but what I can tell you is he is not telling you the truth, and I don't believe that he's telling you what he actually believes. He's telling you something that's politically expedient. I don't know why. Maybe he wants to run for president. Maybe he wants to run for office. Doesn't really matter. But he doesn't believe what he is saying, because what he's saying now is completely novel to what he said for like the last 5 or 6 years.
Now, keep in mind that there are state actors, Russia, China, Iran, who are very specifically targeting these right-wing commentators, targeting them with everything from money to just sending people to make friends. Mario Nawfal right there is if you do a little bit of research into who that guy is, he asked me on his show, and I said absolutely not. But there are so many people that are on the right who have made that 180-degree switch that it can't be, just coincidence. And when you start to look into it, you see that Russia and China and Iran and Qatar are very heavily influencing American Christian conservatives and the right, and they're targeting them specifically, and they've been much more successful at that than they have been at, say, taking over Ukraine or whatever.
The other problem that we have in the conservative right now is there's a bunch of folks that saw that it was expedient and profitable to jump on the Trump train, even though they weren't conservatives. They weren't even really moderates. They're more like maybe kind of conservative Democrats. And then once they saw an opportunity to become opposition, which is always going to be more profitable, you're going to get more clicks, views. Opposition is just the way to go. That's what I think we're seeing with Alex Jones, for instance. But I think that's part of the problem that we're seeing in the conservative party as well. Hey, real quick, guys, he just jumped in. It's probably because I sent him the wrong link originally. But Al, if you will, just take a moment and introduce yourself. Tell everybody a little bit about you, your military career, and take it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry I'm late. So
okay.
my name is Al. I born and raised in New Mexico, was in the Army for about 21 years. I spent my first 10 years in the infantry with the 101st. Did a deployment to what I guess now is called like the Battle of Ramadi back in 05-06. Deployed 2 more times with the infantry. Went to Special Forces after that. Joined got into 5th group, did my first 6-7 years with the CRIF or A15. I think it's the SIF, back to the SIF now. I was a sniper team leader, master sniper, and then I ran a couple different programs out in Iraq. Spent quite a significant amount of time in Iraq. Then took over as a free fall team sergeant in 5th group after my time in the CRIF. Ran the free fall detachment for the last couple of years and just retired. So yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Sorry I'm late.
No, you're good, man. Number one, thanks for your service. Thank you for being here. And Matt, back to you, buddy.
Yeah, let's do me a favor. Pull up the next screen I shared, please, because I think this is actually very important, and it goes into the propaganda piece.
Real quick,
go ahead.
Notice he said, and then Israel will break those ceasefires again. Though,
correct.
He's blaming all that on Israel, but Israel's not the one that breaks the ceasefires. The ceasefires are consistently broken by. It's literally part of the TTPs for the Houthis, for Hamas, for Hezbollah, for Iranian state proxies. This is what they do. They break ceasefires on purpose. They use them as a pause to refit, rearm, and then they break them. And so he's misrepresenting the actual truth with a blatant lie.
Now, you're 100% right, and we're about to show why. Like it's like your brainwaves and mine are on the same track here. He ended up reposting this on April 9th. I honestly, I don't even know who this guy is. Girl Dad, host of Breaking Points, whoever that gentleman is. I don't know. I don't watch Breaking Points, but I know I've seen them push propaganda before. Yesterday, the vice president said Iran would be stupid to blow up the ceasefire over Lebanon, which we can talk about in a sec if you guys would like. Well, what does it say about the U.S. that we are willing to blow up the global economy over Israel's desire to ethnically cleanse and annex half of Lebanon? So I want to put this into perspective for some people. Inside of Lebanon, before the start of Israel's first incursion back in 24 to go chase down Hezbollah, because following October 7th, they fired thousands upon thousands of rockets and ballistic missiles into Israel. And they were worried that listen to this number, please. The 200,000 man force of Hezbollah would have entered Israel. Now, to put that in perspective, that is the same number of Russians that were stacked up on the border outside of Ukraine in 2021 going into 2022 before Russia invaded Ukraine. Inside of Lebanon, the Lebanese military consists of about 80,000 in total, active, reserve, paramilitary, 80,000. Their air force is pretty much non-existent. Hezbollah is actually stronger inside of Lebanon. And that guy that we just had up on the screen, Mario Nawfal, the last time I did an interview with him, he brought up Israel trying to push into Lebanon and take land. It's important to understand, number one, that the ceasefire isn't with Lebanon. The ceasefire is with Hezbollah inside of southern Lebanon, which is a radical Islamic terror organization, is the largest non-state terror organization in the world. It's heavily supported by the IRGC. The IRGC just came out the other day and stated that the IRGC and Hezbollah were one, the same entity. And that is the first time in modern history that they've actually done that. So when Israel agreed to a ceasefire, it wasn't with Hezbollah. They just agreed to stop shooting. Excuse me. It wasn't with Lebanon. They just agreed to stop shooting at Hezbollah unless Hezbollah came off after them. Now, the interesting thing about this post, which I find, shocking that he shared, is that it says that they were going to ethnically cleanse and annex half of southern Lebanon. And so we have to ask ourselves, why is that? Why is that? Well, one, because of the thousands of rockets, and you guys are about to see some of this crap, and what it is exactly, for those of you that haven't seen this before, what it is exactly that Hezbollah is capable of. Not only do they have drones that are capable of firing air-to-ground munitions, not only do they have fiber optic drones, not only do they have anti-tank guided missiles, not only do they have this massive military force, they have a tunnel structure inside southern Lebanon that would make Gaza look like Chuck E. Cheese. I mean, these things are massive. They look like they were out of like the VC, man. You go inside, they have bathrooms, they have rooms, they've got like multi-story areas. They've got all of this crap built in there. There was a video that I was trying to find, but I couldn't find it, that has a ballistic missile that they had actually built a house around, that they had literally walled it in, and they just released this thing the other day. Like these are videos that Hezbollah actually ends up releasing. So the fact that they're sitting here talking about Israel trying to annex half of Gaza, or I'm sorry, annex, like half of freaking Lebanon is garbage. We can go back to a ceasefire agreement of November of 2024 in which Hezbollah was supposed to move north of the Litani River in accordance with UNSCR 1701 that got signed decades ago. And Hezbollah has been in violation of that ever since then. And the Lebanese government can't control them because Hezbollah also has members within the Lebanese parliament. And so when the United States on Thursday is going to make a deal with the Lebanese government to get rid of Hezbollah, you have to understand that that's not going to be accomplished without a joint operation with Israel, because they're not strong enough to do so. They just quite literally can't do it. Israel holding this border prevents an additional October 7th. No. That's the purpose of that. Anybody else have a dissenting opinion there?
You know what I find interesting about all these guys that are bashing Israel and everything is none of them have been to Israel during this conflict. And I was there 2 days after October 7th and stayed there for about 8 months so far during this war. And I've been up on the northern border. And when you go to Kiryat Shimona and you look right up at the side of the hill right there, and in seconds, missiles are coming down and impacting in the parking lot where you're standing, you get a sense for why Israel feels like they need to take land inside Lebanon, because they won't stop firing missiles at them. And they've got to do something to make their people safe. They had 60,000 people driven out of the north of Israel that stayed in hotels for more than a year all across the country, paid for by the government of Israel. And so they're trying to take care of their people. but that's not a good long-term solution. The kids couldn't go to school. It was just a mess. And so it's always kind of amusing to me when you hear people like Joe Kent, like Scott Ritter, like Colonel McGregor, people like that, who just say stuff about Israel and they have no idea what they're talking about because they haven't been there.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's all like 98% of what they say is just verifiably false. All you got to do, and this is the thing that kind of that Chase touched on earlier, and we've talked about before. Like these anti-Israeli tropes, they're easy to sell because they're simple and easy. It's easy to say, oh, Israel controls the U.S. Oh, Israel controls Trump. It's harder to break it down and like show people why that's not true. And it takes time, it takes effort. While they're just saying the tropes, and those get repeated 1,000 million times around the internet, and now everybody believes it because they've heard it so much. And by the way, they've heard it from people they trust, like guys with green berets that shouldn't be even talking about it because they don't know what they're talking about at all, and amongst other things. So that's the problem that we're seeing with this, is that the tropes and the misinformation, the propaganda is easy to sell, and the truth takes a much longer explanation, so people tune out.
It's not near as sexy.
It's not.
No.
And nobody wants Southern Lebanon anyway. Like, have anybody, like, whoever's been there to see it, like, you didn't want, Chuck, you don't want a house there, do you? Like, no.
I've been in Southern Lebanon. I came closer to dying in Southern Lebanon than I have in any war zone in the world, because I accidentally tried to drive into Ain al-Hilwa, the Palestinian refugee camp near Sidon. And that is a not a good thing for an American to try to do. It's beautiful land. The people are nice, except for the Hezbollah ones. I know people from there, and one of my cameramen was actually from Southern Lebanon, and the Lebanese are great people. But the influence of Iran has so poisoned the southern part of Lebanon that they're going to have to clear it out. And look, Israel's not going in there and just wholesale knocking down every building or anything like that. If a building is determined to be a legitimate military target because it contains weapons, or it's a bunker, or it's a tunnel entrance, or it's a headquarters or something like that, their policy has always been that building is going away. And what they found when they went into Gaza is that pretty much every building in Gaza was a military, in some way. Well, they're finding the same thing in southern Lebanon. And so they're turning southern Lebanon into the same sort of wasteland. And it's
Chuck,
sad.
can I put this video up behind you while you're talking? Because it shows exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's a cruise missile.
There are a bunch of Maronite Christians, Christian villages in southern Lebanon, and those people have told me, we wish we could be part of Israel, because the Maronites that live in northern Israel have much better lives than we do in southern Lebanon. And it has nothing to do with the geography. It has to do with the politics and, of course, the influence of these terrorists that have taken over.
Yeah. Hezbollah has completely destroyed Lebanon. I mean, they only officially have, 13 seats in parliament, but like the greater, I think they have upwards of like 50 to 60 seats total where they control the parliament. And talk to anybody in Lebanese, they're supposed to have, they do have Christian president, but like Hezbollah has like systematically destroyed Lebanon. If you talk to any moderate Lebanese, anywhere, that they completely agree that Iran has ruined their country, Hezbollah has ruined their country, but there's just not anybody can do about it. A lot of the people in Lebanon, and granted, I don't have a whole hell of a lot of time in Lebanon. They dislike Iran. They can't stand Iran. And, generally the same feeling is that's how it is in Iraq as well. The civilian population in Iraq, they can't stand Iran. They hate Hezbollah specifically and all the other militias. It's nothing but problems. So yeah, it's just they can't stand it. They would prefer to Israel to come in and do their thing.
It makes you want to ask Joe Kent, well, what would you do if there were tens of thousands of missiles and rockets raining down on your city from the neighboring, country? What would you want? What would your suggestion be?
Unfortunately, I don't think no amount of proof that the IDF or we would prove to show like what exactly Hezbollah is doing, how much they're shooting at Israel. I don't think any amount of proof we could show that they have a legit nuclear weapon inside of Lebanon right now shooting into Iran, and nobody would believe it. They would just the Jews. It's pretty absurd that it's unfortunate.
And you really have to be there. You have to go and see it and feel it for yourself.
Yeah. Real quick, man, I want to play this video. They kind of we have an Iranian official completely laying the cards on the table that really highlights the things that you were talking about earlier as well.
I know this video.
Yeah, it's a good one.
یعنی شما میگید هدف ساخت بمب بوده واقعا هدف کی این بوده یعنی افراد خاصی یا کل نظام
کل نظام یا همه اونایی که این فعالیت رو شروع کردن واقعا هدف ساخت بمب بود
می‌خواستن استفادهش کنن چیکارش کنن
نه حالا بسازیم که بترسونیم
یعنی فقط صرفا
بترسونیم
برای یه چیز بازدارنده
آیه قرآن میگه ترهبون به عدو الله برای که بترسونیم
شما میگید اون کار خوب بوده
اون کاری که شروع کرده بودیم و دیگه می‌خواستیم این کارو خب بیرون شما اگه میتونستیم اینو حفظش کنیم و بمب آزمایش میکردیم کار تموم شده بود مثل در پاکستان
حالا مثلا همین پاکستان یا کره شمالی اینا که دارن مگه اوضاع خوبی دارن
خب بالاخره روشون حساب میکنن دیگه
ما رو ایران هم حساب میکنن بدون بمب
به خاطر چیزای دیگه حساب میکنن اگر بمب بود بیشتر حساب میکردن
شما میگید در مجموع اگه داشتیم چیز بدی نبود حالا استفاده نمی‌کنیم
ما که شروع کردیم بعد آخرش
حالا اینه که شما میگید میگم بعد ما تا حالا رسمی خیلی نشدیم کسی این صحبت رو کنه اینا که شما میگید تبعاتی نداره مثلا مذاکرات و اینا به عنوان بالاخره کسی که
ما توجه نداره
ما خارجی بالاخره پیدا میکنن کاری نداره
ما که مسئولیتی نداریم ما طرف خودمون داریم میگیم
شما یه جا گفته که فقهی شده که استفاده کنید حرامه داشته باشید که حرام نیست
توجیهیه یعنی بعضیا حتی نظر فقهی میگن آقا آیه قرآن میگه که ترهبون به عدو الله ما بترسونیم ولی خب استفاده نکنیم از این نظر میگم میتونیم بسازیم خب ولی خب حالا الان نظر مقام رهبری این است که اصلا ساختنش حرامه این که
کلا از بی حرامه
بله
And he goes on to say that once they started, that was their intent.
ببینید ما اول که وارد این فعالیت هسته‌ای شدیم واقعا هدفمون ساخت بمب
And they weren't going to stop, and that's what they're going to continue to do. So, I mean, right there from an Iranian official, you can see that's what they're doing, folks. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. I almost got to play this one as well because he has stated before that there's no evidence that they were trying to obtain that, bomb, that they were trying to get things done. But it is probably one of the most absurd things. I want to stop sharing a screen and share a particular one with you guys.
Kent was saying that.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
correct. I also want to share this.
Okay.
Because this is, if there's one thing that shows absolute bias, it's going to be this video right here. And this was with the interview that we did with him, a week ago, where we had asked him specifically about what the hell happened inside Syria. Why is al-Jolani in there? Right. And I don't think anybody on this panel agrees with Trump putting al-Jolani in charge of Syria. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Right. So let's let this. Yeah.
He held severed heads in his hands, like on camera. Like, what are we talking about?
Right. Yeah. So let's talk about how that happened. Let's listen to Joe Kent and have him explain it. Question for you on al-Jolani, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Do you have time for this one? Because this is something that I know everybody on the panel is pretty pissed off about.
Near and dear to my heart. Yeah.
Why?
Well, man, I wish I could tell you the exact reason why. This was something we debated pretty heavily. I think the Turks did a good job, and the Gulf Arabs did a good job of convincing the president that, hey, this was going to be a great idea. Just sort of let this happen. Let's acknowledge Jolani. And so now we're in bed with the guy who was hand selected by Zawahiri in Al Qaeda, and his coalition is made up of guys that are even more hardcore than him.
You've talked a lot about the Israeli influence on the United States government. I haven't heard you mention the Turks, who I hate, by the way. I have my own hate against the Turks. But how come I haven't heard you talk about this before? Because it seems the Turks' influence on the president putting a terrorist in charge of another country seems to be a much greater national security concern with what that man is capable of.
Well, the Turks just don't have the influence the Israelis do. Are
you freaking kidding me? The Turks don't have the influence that the Israelis do.
Wow.
Well,
They got the most like profound terrorist of all time in charge of Syria, a country that has chemical weapons factories. And he chooses to complain about Israel. Now, here's my issue. If you're going to complain about foreign influence, how about you complain about all of it? I don't like foreign influence any more than anybody else on this panel, probably. But for the love of God, every vet that fought inside of Iraq, which I'm pretty sure, Chuck, you might be, I don't know, Chuck, did you? You're kind of old, man. I don't want to throw it out there.
I have 15 trips to Iraq. I spent a couple of years there during the war, but not as a soldier, as a journalist.
Exactly.
I just get paid better to get shot at nowadays.
Exactly. I don't think anybody on this panel wanted Jolani in charge of Syria, particularly a country.
I've been shot at by Jolani's men.
Bingo. Thank you.
This year.
Thank you. Thank you. So why hasn't he complained about that? If there was ever something that throws out your bias, to me, that's it. And I think we've driven into the ground enough, Joe Kent and his Israeli bias and how it just kind of is not founded, in my opinion, at all. And I want to make sure that, we have a good transition in the Charlie Kirk atmosphere here.
Yeah. I would like to make a little comment about, I think, and I don't know if I'm right or not, like putting Jelani in there. I think that it was more of, I guess so. So like, I think Jelani was a Sunni dude. And I think they're like, oh, anything to, not have the old Shia in there that's going to have influence by Iran. Maybe that might've been their thought process. I have no idea. Picking HTS or even supporting HTS is just absolutely bananas to me. And then going back to that last video that you played, and one thing that really stuck out to me, and that I think a lot of people don't really understand, it's that a lot of people have been saying that the reason why Iran hates us, the reason why the Arabs hate us, the reason why the Muslims hate us is because of what we're doing in the Middle East, why we're in the Middle East, that we're supporting Israel, and that's why they hate us. And that's just fundamentally incorrect. That I think the very first time that we fought, Islam in the area, it was in the late 1700s. And they literally told us, I think the quote exactly was, that you guys are infidels. I could pull it back up real quick it was the first Barbary War. I think there's 3 total. And it's because we are non-believers, they hate us. And specifically, I don't remember who the Iranian or the IRGC commander's name was. He quoted, Quran 8:12, and he's, they will strike fear in the hearts of the non-believers. And, that's us. It has nothing to do with how much we support Israel. It's just, they hate us just because of who we are as, kafir, that it's a theological thing. It's not an Israel thing. It's nothing more that is down to their very core doctrine. Obviously not all Muslims are bad. Some of my favorite human beings in the world are Iraqi special forces. They're probably the best fighters in the Middle East, in my opinion, but it is just down to their core doctrine that is why they're hating us. That is why they're fighting us. That is why we got to get rid of this radical Shia regime that they are causing every single one of the problems in the Middle East. And it's just right now, Israel's the only one, willing to do anything, and we have to back them, I think.
Well, and that's the thing, folks. They're always going to give a reason. Like, they're always going to justify their actions. If we weren't supporting Israel, it'd be something else. The fact is they don't like the West. They don't like the non-believers. Iran is a terrorist, homicidal, suicidal regime that wants to conquer the world. And look, there's lots of countries, whether we're talking about China, Russia, Israel, Iran, and many others that would like to see the United States fall. And they have all of their own justifications. And if they didn't have the one that they're using now, they'd replace it with something else. That's just a fact. And you got to quit buying into the propaganda.
Yeah. So a quote from Jefferson and Adams after one of the Barbary Wars, because we didn't know why they attacked us. And this is a quote from Jefferson. He says, "It was founded on the laws of the prophet, and it was written in the Quran that their authority, that we were sinners, and that it is their right and duty to make war upon us wherever that we go or we're found, and they're going to make slaves and take us as prisoners." It was just because we were non-believers that they were fighting us. And this is back in 1780s, 1800s. Israel didn't fucking exist back then. So, that excuse doesn't really hold weight when you look at the vast history of our issues with, Shia Muslim, or not Shia, I would just say, Sharia law as far as like a vast majority
Radical
of
Islam,
countries.
just
100%.
Yeah. Right.
Well,
Or
they
is it-
they also they like to pretend that we went to all these wars for Israel in the Middle East. Israel has little to no, they have some other stuff in Afghanistan, but they don't have aspirations for anything going on in Afghanistan. And the only reason they want to know anything about Afghanistan at all is just to make sure that they're not going to get attacked by them, just like everyone else in the world should be worried, at some point, just like we were worried. But when we were going into Iraq, the Israeli government and the Israeli prime minister and the IDF leadership and the Mossad leadership did not want us to go into Iraq. They wanted us to go into Iran. So if we were beholden to them, then we would have not to Iraq. We would have went into Iran back in 2003. So all of these, they have all these talking points, and none of them are actually realistic. And then they always show that one video of Bibi going to Congress back in 2002 when he wasn't in government at all. And they're like, well, Bibi wanted it. And I'm like, well, that would be like me showing you a video of Bill Clinton saying something in, 2016 and acting like he was in charge of the government at the time. Right.
And that was actually after the decision was made to go into Iraq. That was after the decision. He was just showing support.
Right.
So he was at there, trying to force him to do anything.
Oh, it was already the decision was made 100%. And the United States told Israel that they were not going into Iraq whatsoever. Like they weren't going to be involved in any way because they didn't want to stir up any other stuff in the area. So then when people are like, well, why wasn't Israel a part of the coalition forces there? I'm like, well, because we told them they weren't allowed to. That's why. Yep. And anybody who's been to Iraq and anybody who's been part of the Siege of Sodef chain or anything that knows what was going on there understands that too.
Well, I remember Iraqis walking up to me with videos of the Holocaust, literally showing Jews being escorted into the gas chamber, showing them on their old flip phones, being like, Jews dead, good, and they laugh about it. And so to sit back and pretend like introducing Israel into the Iraq war would have somehow turned the tide on everything or would have been a good idea. It would have caused more jihad. It would have caused more insurgents. It would have just made the matter worse. And that is primarily the reason why we told them, no, you're not doing this.
Yeah, and look, this goes back thousands of years, folks. This is literally in the Bible. This is biblical level hatred between Arabs and Jews, and ultimately later on Muslims. It is philosophical. It is theocratic, and the same thing goes with us. Like they may hate the Jews just a little bit more than they do Westerners, but it's not much. And it goes back thousands of years, and you can come up with all the different reasons of why they hate the Jews, and then you get into some of the other globalist issues that we're going to talk a little bit more about. What else you got on that, Matt?
Oh, well, I want to transition because I can rant on this forever. So I've got a nice transition video for you guys, working our way up over into the Charlie Kirk incident.
Sweet.
Because I know this is near and dear to a lot of people's heart. This was part of the interview that we did with Joe Kent. It most certainly seemed, after he first dropped his unprofessional letter of resignation, that there was a lot of intelligence that they had on the Charlie Kirk assassination. And the way it was framed, a lot of people actually thought that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel had basically shut down what Joe Kent was doing because Joe was investigating Israel in conjunction with the Charlie Kirk assassination. And we specifically asked him about that during this interview. And what he said was freaking shocking. What we determined was that it was basically a fraction of a lead that didn't really turn into anything at all. And so I'd like to play that video for those at home to show that it was a massive nothing burger.
Do you suspect foreign influence to be involved in that? And if so, who and why?
Specifically what country, I don't know. I know in the terms of Charlie Kirk, we had more foreign leads. When I say foreign leads, I just mean it could be a person, it could be, an entity. We had more to look into, and we were stopped from doing that at the NCTC level.
Yeah. So, the Charlie Kirk incident is very interesting, and I don't even want to overshadow what took place at Mar-a-Lago because that one's extremely interesting. With where he was traveling and what he was doing, prior to, and it was apparent to me, anyways, that the guy likely got recruited by the FSB and didn't even know it. But with Charlie Kirk, and you talk about having the other leads and stuff, and that you were not allowed to look into them. Is that an actual function of the NCTC?
Yeah, anytime there's a terrorist attack in America, in the U.S., obviously the FBI has lead. Charlie was an American citizen, but we look at any of the potential foreign ties to that terrorist attack. So running down foreign leads, that's very much within NCTC's wheelhouse.
Did the FBI pass any foreign leads off to you? Because I mean, Dan Bongino claims that they ran everything down and basically says you're full of it. Did they pass leads off to you, and then you were told do not investigate those leads further, or like can you even come out with it? I understand there's a trial going on top of potential classified stuff. So I'm just trying to speak very broad here.
Yeah, very broadly, the FBI did pass us some stuff. They requested us to do work, which is completely normal. We did that. We completed it. We had more. There was more leads that came from that work that we did that I wanted to continue to look into. And then there was other leads that we had developed on our own that I wanted to continue to look into. Again, the FBI came and said, "Hey, you're done. There's nothing else for you guys to look into." And because Charlie is an American citizen and the attack happened in America, that kind of killed our end of the investigation.
Right. At that point, the Bureau is taking the lead. And for those that don't know, inside of the United States of America, the Bureau does have the lead when it comes to, counterterrorism and protection of the homeland. For the most part, they've got like the broadest scope. And then, obviously with a criminal investigation, for that matter, they were taking the lead on that as well.
So I want to pause it right there before I get into it further, because the fact that it is a criminal investigation and he is continuing to frame it as an attack.
Yeah.
So it is a criminal investigation. It is a murder investigation, and he keeps framing it as an attack. Now, even in a criminal investigation, the FBI is going to have lead because this particular one ended up crossing state lines, and you've got internet stuff and all of that crap that ends up going on it. So the FBI is going to take it over. But even if it was international and you did having a terrorist attack on America's home soil, the FBI takes lead. NCTC has about 1,000 employees. That's it. And what it is it's a hub for all of the different CT intel organizations to come together. And the NCTC takes that information and they provide a common operational picture. And in cases like this, when they're given information, they're given leads, they're there in a supporting role. And that's very important to understand. And I don't think one that has actually been talked about, because the way he frames it is that they were investigating and they got shut down by the Bureau. That's not how it works. The Bureau's up here. NCTC is being asked to screen information, much like on a state level, you end up having their own, Center for Bureau Investigations, right? Depending on where it is, right? So you got a CBI, with, whatever state it is that you're in. That's kind of the overall role of the NCTC, where they're taking all of the intel and bringing it together. The FBI determined it was a nothing burger and shut him down. And they even pulled him into the investigation and passed off intelligence, and they determined that nothing came out of it. And I think that's very important to lay out, because that's not how it was framed. The way it was framed was that there was leads that likely pointed to a foreign entity, which I'm about to ask him about in a second. He can't give a region. He can't give a nation. He can't even give, nothing.
Well, to add to that, and real quick, folks, I see there's a lot of super chats going on over there, folks. We will get to your super chats toward the end, and maybe if we come to a pause, we'll try to take some. But the other part of that too is the NCTC does not develop intelligence. Like if they get something that they find interesting, they have to go to number one, they're handing that off to somebody that can investigate it. They're sharing that information, or they're going back to that entity. Let's say they got information from the DIA, the CIA, or whatever else. It's like, hey, this is really interesting. This could be tied to something else. Like they're not the ones going out there doing any investigatory. They have no investigatory authority whatsoever. They're not developing.
Not according to Joe.
Joe
claims they do.
They don't. They're not out there developing intelligence. They're not out there talking to sources. They're not doing any of these things. And to pretend that he is, when he's at nothing but a fusion center, and really what he is he manages a fusion center. I'm sure he has access to it and can look at whatever he wants to. But it's just like a cop on the street. They take this case and they say, hey, they take their case to the prosecutor and like, hey, this guy's a bad guy. Here you go. You hand it off to the person that can decide whether or not to action that. And they're like, hey, look, there's nothing here. like we're doing other things. Like it's not his decision of whether or not that particular element is investigated further.
Bingo.
Was there actual, I understand that you said lead, but would that lead have tied directly into what was going on, or was it just one of those head scratcher moments? Like, was it like beyond reasonable suspicion for this lead, or was it kind of like, yeah, that's really interesting, we need to probably develop that?
It was places where I felt like we needed to do more due diligence to say we completely did our job. And you and probably a lot of the folks on here who have done investigations or been in intelligence, you know, it's a game of you get 100 leads and 99 of them are just like total crap, but one of them is good. So, you know, to go back and say this one or that one, I don't really know. But to me and from where my team was, we felt like we had more due diligence to do.
It's garbage.
Due diligence on what?
Good question.
He's not investigative. They don't like due diligence on what, bro? What are you trying to do here?
He's got a serious case of main character syndrome. Like he thinks he should. This is worth repeating though. Look, you have the DIA, the CIA, the FBI. You have all of DOD. You have the Pentagon feeding intelligence information to the president. All of these are people that are in the decision-making process or giving information to the president that decides on whether or not we should start launching missiles at Iran. The one person that's not in that decision-making process, whose sole job is to make sure that he prevents terrorist attacks inside the United States, is Joe Kent. And the problem here is that he's pissed off that he's not in on the decision-making process. You got 10,000 people whose voices are heard and contribute to the decision that President Trump makes. Joe Kent wasn't one of them. And so what he had to do is throw a tantrum, give one of the most unbelievable and disgusting resignations publicly instead of actually just doing it privately like we should. And then on top of that, he thumbed his nose at the president, saying in his resignation that he posted on X that he was being controlled by another state, which is, I found it disgusting on his face. And this is a guy, like I'm a guy that loved Joe Kent, big fan of Joe Kent. All of those things until recently and until that resignation. And then to find out that within a couple of hours of posting that, he was already on a plane and at Tucker Carlson, spent the entire night with Tucker, as they stated. And then the following day, he gives this interview and provides nothing. Again, you know, one of the, like, all he's talking about is the secret knowledge that he can't talk about because he doesn't have it. And that, you know, we have all these gatekeepers around Trump that are controlling him by with through Israel. It's embarrassing, to be honest with you. It's just like you said, Matt, even if this was, he worked for IBM, this would be so unprofessional that it's hard to believe that he was in the military. And that's not taken away from anything that he's done, the sacrifices he's made for this country. It is disgusting in spite of all that.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It does not reflect well on him or his service.
No, it doesn't.
And there is
give him an excuse to do it either.
Right.
I think there's a misconception that just because somebody served in the military, just because somebody did great things in the military, that they are beyond reproach and you're not allowed to question them. And I completely and totally disagree with that. Yeah. Just because you served inside the military, even if your service was honorable, doesn't mean that you can't screw up later on in life. Doesn't mean that you are still representing the regiment well. Doesn't mean that you get to speak for us either. At all. I don't speak for the regiment. Nobody on this panel does.
Nobody does.
Right.
And it's the grifters and the liars and the propagandists that pretend to. And that's what this entire podcast. And the other thing I wanted to say tonight, because I know everybody wants, like, this is the big one. We are definitely going to get into the 30-06 ballistics. I know people are dying for that. One thing that, you know, the reason that we're covering all this stuff, folks, is because everybody in this panel agrees that, look, this is part of a larger psychological operation that's being perpetrated upon the American people. And unfortunately, it's not that sophisticated, but it's been extremely effective, starting with Candace Owens. And real quick, just to let you guys know what is on the line, I'm getting ready to play a clip of James Carville, rather. And he's telling you what's going to happen if we lose the midterms. And folks, make no mistake, the intent behind all of this is to take down Trump. And ultimately what I believe this is, and you guys let me know what you think, I think this is the globalist communist agenda that has been repackaged for the right. What they are proposing, it will bring down America. And I'm telling you, folks, if we lose the midterms, We will lose 2028. And if we lose the midterms, we lose 2028, our country will be, the borders will be open. Our country will be flooded by immigrants again. And even with the immigrants that came in during the Biden administration, there's 10 to 20, 30 million immigrants, whatever it is, 20 years from now, when they each have 2 to 3 kids and they're outnumbering everybody on this, we're never going to win another election. You pile that on the fact that they are going to get rid of the filibuster and they are going to pack the Supreme Court. And how do I know that? Because James Carville is going to let you know and tell you exactly what he's going to do.
Election, they've stolen Supreme Court seats. They've gerrymandered everything that you can. And the only way to fight this is don't run on it. Don't talk about it. Just do it. Just, okay, we got 54 senators and we got 13 court members. Thank you. Goodbye. Because you're not going to get a fair shake any kind of way in this system. 18% of the United States elects 52 senators. Well, you're not going to make it equitable, but you'll make it better by adding Puerto Rico and D.C.
Add Puerto Rico and D.C., we never get the Senate back. We would lose the House if we lose.
I don't know where we missed that, but
yesterday we hinted at this. Here's the actual audio of James Carville, a respected, not on our side, but on the left, the guy's a lunatic, a respected on the left Democrat consultant advising the Democrats if they win in November to just, quote, they can eat our dust and just go for it. But I want you to listen to the things he's talking about going for. This is insanity. Check this out.
The Democrats win the presidency in both houses of Congress. I think on day one, this should make Puerto Rico, D.C. a state, and it should expand the Supreme Court to 13. Fuck it, eat our dust. They've done everything.
That's the part that we missed at the top of this. But listen to what they're saying, folks. All right, they're going to make Puerto Rico and D.C. a state. Completely blue. They're trying to turn this. And by the way, once they pack the Supreme Court, we will never win another court case ever. And on top of that, we will never win another election. So just understand they're going to turn the entire United States into California. You think what was bad under Biden, and then you get your little feelings hurt because they're not doing the certain things that you want, or we actually take needed action in Iran, and you just like, oh, screw it, we're better off with the Democrats. Are you freaking retarded? Like, do you not remember when our country is being flooded? And by the way, still is, like, there's 13,000 people that were killed last year, either last year or 2024, by illegal immigrants. And they are voting, folks. We're seeing this all over. So if you want to continue to have stolen elections when the Democrats are in charge, if you want to continue to see fraud like we're seeing in Minnesota, California, and every other blue state in large city, if you want to see your gun rights taken from you, if you want to see just rampant abuse by the DOJ, that is weaponized DOJ against political opponents, then fine. Don't go vote in the midterms. We're going to lose this country, and there's no way of us getting it back, folks. There's no way. Once they do that, we get another 10, 20 million illegal immigrants in, we're fucked. There's no other way to say it. All right. Kind of building on your segue into this. This is about an 18-minute clip, but it covers a lot. And folks, we're talking specifically about Nate from Valhalla. I don't know what's going on with Nate. But what I can tell you is that he is continuing to lie all the time. Like it is just anti-American propaganda. It is not true, the things that he says, and we're going to lay out a couple of issues right there and prove to you that he will just say whatever, and he will say it with such confidence that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, that's believable. And then we're going to go into a little bit more where we're going to tie this all in with Ian Carroll, Candace Owens in this clip. And guys, this is a longer clip. I'll stop and pause it from time to time, but if you have something to say, just kind of give me some hand and arm signals, and I'll pause it and we'll play it. Now, this was I actually went to go talk with him at Alex Jones, and I thought I was going into a good faith discussion. I thought we're going to have more time, and long story short, he started telling a story, and I was 98% sure that was incorrect, what he was saying, but he said it with such confidence, like, man, you know, he might have, because he's going to go into a news conference, and the news conference was over 6 months ago, and I'd watched it, and I didn't remember him relaying it. I didn't remember it as he relayed it, but we're going to show you that he just will out and out lie and never think twice. And by the way, I'll talk about the text message I shared with him after this event. Just kind of lay the icing on the cake.
Literally saying on film in a press conference, debunking Tyler Robinson's family in and saying, my personal friend who used to be a sheriff for 20 years was the one who used to be Tyler Robinson's Boy Scout leader, recognized him from the picture. He's the one that contacted the family. He's the one that went over to Tyler Robinson's house and convinced Tyler Robinson to turn himself in. The sheriff said that. The same sheriff, Sheriff Nate Brooksby, who was in charge of this whole thing, who has now just resigned yesterday.
All right. And again, folks, I hadn't watched that in 6 months. That I knew that was wrong. But let's talk about what Nate is alleging here, that Sheriff Nate Brooksby debunked that Tyler's family turned him in. Sheriff Brooksby was in charge of this whole thing. It was the retired sheriff that recognized Tyler, the retired sheriff that convinced Tyler to turn himself in, the retired sheriff drove Tyler to sheriff's office, and number 6, he used to be Tyler's Boy Scout leader. These are the things that Nate is saying took place in that press conference. Let's play this forward, and we'll see if that's true.
Couple preemptive things. So we are not the lead agency. Our involvement, I describe it as just a really long agency assist. So we're not conducting the investigation. We're not doing interviews. It's going to be focused on how we were able to get Tyler to voluntarily come and turn himself in at my office. That's going to be the scope of it. So since we weren't the lead agency, basically it was about a 2.5 hour waiting in a room, not communicating with the suspect. Our job was not to interview. Our job was just to get him here. He said, hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know the family through religious association, and he's in Washington County now, and we're working on trying to get him to come in voluntarily. During that phone call, some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that, and conveyed that they would stand by him and help him surrender peacefully. So at that within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives. So
as a doing something good here.
Yeah, outstanding. He deserves full credit. I think that a lot of it's just the community relations, right? So Tyler's family trusted this individual. They knew he was involved in law enforcement at some point, and enough community involvement there that they trusted that they could go to this individual and he could contact me directly, and that we could.
So just to be clear, it was the family that went to the retired friend, not the other way around. The family friend didn't contact them and say, hey, I saw Tyler. He wasn't in Boy Scouts together. They were in church together. Like literally every element he got completely wrong. Every single element of this.
Facilitate a peaceful, calm, relaxed surrender, put it that way, right? Make him comfortable for a couple hours, make sure he has water. No communication until the lead investigators arrive. So. No, we're not the lead investigators, so we wouldn't be doing that. And just sat on him until the lead investigators came in.
What time did he get here?
It was just before 9 p.m.
And what did you do once he got here? Did you put him in handcuffs?
No. Made sure he had water, made him comfortable sitting on a couch in an interview room, and just sat on him until the lead investigators came in.
So his parents didn't say anything at all?
No, not again. That was not our place to ask questions. It was just, we have you here. We're in a holding pattern until the lead investigators get here. So that wouldn't be in our wheelhouse. We wouldn't even have attempted to interview any of them. The lead investigators. So by the time they were in town, Tyler was sitting in an interview room with his parents when they arrived. So they were already in.
He was with his parents the entire time, or his parents were with him the entire time.
In this building when the lead investigators arrived.
And how did that handoff go down? Was he handcuffed?
No, he was sitting on a very comfortable couch with a water bottle in his hand, not restrained. He was again cooperative, somber, quiet.
So the parents were in the room, in the interrogation room.
Correct. That was part of the negotiation to get him here, is that the parents would be with him when he arrived.
How would you characterize the interactions between the parents of Tyler and Tyler in the time that they were sitting here?
They were together. That was it. I can't point to any emotion or body language or anything to that. They were just with him. So.
Was he recorded in that room?
All of our interactions in that room are recorded.
All right, and again, just like I said at the beginning of this, folks, the problem with this is if you're going to sit up there and you're going to use the Green Beret for credibility and you get things so wrong, either because you're irresponsible or you're just lying to push narratives, which like when it happens so often, that's kind of what you got to default to. That is worse than stolen valor. Stolen valor only affects the one individual that is sitting there and making gains off this. When you're putting out stories that have national implications and you're constantly deriding the government, lying about our government and things like that, hold the government accountable. That's good. Lying about our government is not only wrong, all right, it is anti-American, period. And when you are also spewing propaganda directly from the IRGC or whatever other entity that is anti-American, and you're on their side every single time, I have a real problem with that because I've never seen a Green Beret do that before. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yep. Yep.
We'll play some more of this.
That goes against everything this funny green hat stands for.
God, that makes me so mad, dude. Like,
Lord help me.
Like, have any of you ever held your stupid berets up? Like, dude, like, oh my God. That just made me. I don't know that I've been this mad in weeks. Thank you for that.
Well,
I got one behind me. I can grab it.
Wait, there's more. All right, so the other part of this is there's a couple of foundational lies that Candace has to perpetuate for her entire shtick to kind of hold together. One is that Tyler wasn't on campus, and number two, that the texts were fake. And there's a part of this narrative that Ian Carroll, Jesse on Fire, Baron Coleman, and unfortunately Nate Kronakia from VFT have continued to push, and it's a absolute lie. Now, this is a little bit longer of a video, so again, you guys, if you guys have something to say, you want me to pause, feel free to do so. But this is really important that we go through this and understand the lie that's being pushed with this. And also, it completely debunks any idea that Nate is any sort of firearms expert. He's not. He's 18 Echo. He's a comms guy, just so we're clear on that. But I will show you the receipts as we go along with this. Oh, yeah. And I want to say shout out to Rage Bronson. I use a bunch of his footage. Make sure you guys go follow his YouTube channel. He's a great guy, a good friend of mine. And he is out there putting out some really good content and the truth, by the way.
And according to investigators, the rifle in that photo was a World War I era Mauser 98 chambered in .30-06. The reason this photo was so important is because according to the official story, it's one of the key pieces that was used to identify Tyler by his father, which ultimately led to him turning himself in. If you've been paying attention at all to the Charlie Kirk assassination, you know that it has been overrun with conspiracy theories. One of those theories is that the alleged text messages between Tyler Robinson and his roommate Lance Twiggs are fake, fabricated, made up by the FBI. And the evidence for this, aside from the fact that people just think it sounds weird, is that it directly references Tyler's father identifying the rifle from the leaked photograph put out by the New York Post. The argument here is that the photo released by the New York Post was not actually the rifle. It was a stock photo. Therefore, Tyler Robinson's dad could not have identified the rifle because it's just a stock photo, resulting in those text messages being a complete fabrication. How did we come to the conclusion that the leaked photo from the New York Post was a stock photo and not the actual photo of the alleged rifle use in the assassination? And it's mostly centered around just ignorance of firearms, especially military surplus firearms, and how a World War I era Mauser 98 would eventually come to look how it did in that photo.
All right, so I just want to address this up front because these terms, World War I relic, World War II relic, have been inserted into the lexicon of the discussion around the Tyler Robinson firearm in general, and it is incorrect. The only place in any of the documents that even talk about how old this rifle is the ATF report released by Stephen Crowder. We're going to read it in its entirety in just a few minutes. But I want you to look right here. What it says is the ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser 30-06. Later on, they talk about how it is a Mauser M98. All right, that's the model number. Now, where this nonsense of a World War I relic or a World War II relic comes from is people that know nothing about firearms, looking up a M98 Mauser. And they will find out real quick that it is designed in 1898. That does not mean that this rifle was from World War I or was from 1898. They have continued to build these rifles new up to this day. You can still, here's a rifle right here, brand new, that I can import from Mauser, and I can get it in 30-06. We do not even know that if this was a converted military surplus, although that has become kind of assumed, and I'm fine with that. It could be a World War I rifle. There's lots of World War I rifles that are still being shot today that function flawlessly, and by the way, have been updated with a new stock, a different barrel, and all Gucci'd out. People do that all the time. Now, it very well may be a rifle like this. This is a World War II Mauser. It's literally from Germany, Nazi Germany, but I can take this out and shoot it. And by the way, I can switch out the stock, I can switch out the barrel, and it'd be good to go. Another perfect example of this is this rifle right here. This is one of my favorite rifles. It's a Marlin 1895 SBL, chambered in 4570. The cartridge 4570, I don't even know when that was designed. We can look that up, but well before 1895. This rifle was designed in 1895. I bought it brand new just a couple years ago. So if this rifle was found at a crime scene and they said it was, an 1895 Marlin lever action, there'd be morons on the internet going back and saying, oh my God, this is a World War I relic. It couldn't be true. Well, this is a brand new rifle. Folks, you've been able to buy an imported Mauser 98 from the 50s, 60s, 70s up to present day. And you've also been able to get extremely cheap military surplus ones from Germany and many other places. So we don't know if it was actually converted, just so we're clear, but people are inserting this term World War I, World War II relic based on the design of it. When it was created, they have no idea what they're talking about. And if they're saying that, they're idiots. Based on the information that we have, it is just as likely and possible that Tyler's grandfather bought that rifle in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s, and it was already chambered in 30-06. It is just as likely that he bought a World War II surplus and then actually had it rechambered or rebarreled in 30-06. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. But that is the information we have, and people are inserting those terms specifically to make this sound like it's some crazy thing. There's no way that he'd be using some, relic from World War I or World War II. But people that aren't familiar with firearms, if you tell them, hey, that's a World War I relic, and like, hey, go shoot that, they're like, I'm not shooting this. There's no way that this rifle could be good. Plenty of them out there, and plenty of original World War I, World War II rifles that have been updated and accessorized and look like modern day rifles. We see it all the time in our shop. So keep that in mind as we continue on this discussion.
God, they massacred my boy. These are both World War I era British Enfield rifles. However, this one's been circumcised. Why would they do that? This is called a sporterized rifle.
Let's get into this theory that the photo of the alleged rifle that was published by the New York Post somehow isn't the actual rifle. It's just a stock photo. Who started this? When did it start? Is it still going? Are people still talking about this? And what's their evidence that it's just a stock photo?
Weird scope placement. And interestingly, the New York Post article that published this photo on September 11th, titled Imported Mauser Rifle Used in Charlie Kirk Assassination Recovered in Wood, Sources Say, that article's gone. Which is kind of weird.
All right, so that article's not gone. You can still go to that article. I'm going to show it to you in just a second. But this is even more relevant because just today, Candace Owens posted this. Are you even following the case, Blake Neff? Yes, it was both widely and incorrectly reported that Tyler Robinson's father recognized the rifle shown in the media. Tyler Robinson's FedSlop text messages were used to further that lie. All right, so let's talk about a timeline here because this is the timeline. This is the article that Ian Carroll just said that doesn't exist anymore. Of course, I went back too far. All right, so this is the original article. You can still go there today. And it was published September 11th, 2025 at 11:21 a.m. At 11:21 a.m. Eastern time. So that is 9:21 at Mountain Time or Utah time. So just be clear, this is the next day. And then this is the first time that we actually see the photo of this rifle. In this article right here, you come down, and right here we have the original photo of this rifle. This is not a stock photo, folks. This is the rifle, but there's more to it than that.
It's like a crime scene photo.
Bolt action rifle recovered near the scene where Charlie Kirk was fatally shot, seen in a photo obtained by the New York Post.
Yep.
All right. And now we have an even earlier source where even if Tyler's father didn't see that, and we're going to read the charging documents in just a second, Louder with Crowder, Stephen Crowder posted this, which was actually the a leaked ATF memo. And look at the time, 8:35 a.m., September 11th. So that's 6, and this is Eastern time, because I pulled up this post on my computer. It was showing Eastern time. All right, so this is before I screenshot it. So this is 6:35 a.m., September 11th, 2025. And let's read what he actually states. He retypes this out in quotes. All right, exclusive this morning, my team received an email from the officer at the ATF. The email included a screenshot from what appeared to be an internal message describing a weapon and cartridges located by an ATF and other law enforcement near the scene of the Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley State University. Quote, on September 10th, 2025, approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University in Orem. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as part of the American Comeback Tour, multiple SLC-1s. We get down to the most important part. The ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported 30-06. Now, if my son, if I'm seeing these pictures on the screen and it looks like my son, and then on top of that, I see a Mauser 30, I don't need a picture of it. At that point, I'm wondering where my gun is.
And the photo of the gun that circulated isn't even the actual rifle. The photo of the gun that circulated is a other photo that the New York Post just pulled off the internet, because the gun itself is an old World War I relic that perfectly ties Tyler Robinson to the scene of the crime.
So the stock photo theory seems to have started from John Cullen and Ian Carroll. On September 16th, John Cullen posted a dead link to a New York Post article that is still up to this day. And just to point out, not only did the New York Post publish that photo in the September 11th article, but they published it again in September 12th. And again on September 16th. And again as recent as March 31st.
Wow.
The caption continues to allege it is the rifle that Tyler Robinson used, not that it's a.
And here's directly from the charging documents, folks. Robinson's father's reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, this is September 11th, the evening of September 11th, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. So this is the evening of September 11th that was originally posted at 11 a.m. Eastern time and 8 a.m. Eastern time. So he had information about that rifle. Everybody in Utah is paying attention to it. You better believe he saw the pictures of it. Now what's interesting is we go over to the text messages that he said and that he sent. And Robinson says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back the grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in the bush where I changed outfits, didn't have the ability of time to get it. It also says, he also states, where's his father? His father basically is asking him for pictures of it. Oh, there we go. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering.
Stock photo, not that they just took it off of the internet somewhere, that it is the alleged rifle used by Tyler Robinson to assassinate Charlie Kirk.
To Bronson's question real quick.
All right. We're back to Nate. Pay attention. This gets wild.
Can you put a modern composite stock on a World War I era Mauser? I have no fucking idea, dude. Probably not, because like even my Browning right here is wood, and I don't know if there's any way you could do that. Maybe you could, but
you're a Green Beret and you don't know whether or not you can change out a wooden stock. Look, this is is a actual German Mauser. It's made in 1940. The stamp is right there. Oh, and by the way, on this side right here, we have a German military logo. It actually is the eagle and the swastika right there. So this is a genuine 1940. I still wouldn't even call it a relic. This is still, we could take this out and shoot it right now. I looked this over. Everything looks like it functions just perfectly. But right here, people, and this is true on almost every rifle for sure, is we have 2 action screws. All we got to do is remove these action screws and the barreled action will come right out. And I can take this exact action right now and put it into a chassis or a stock and make it look just like this. And then what I can do is I can actually change out this barrel very easily to 30-06 and it will work. And by the way, another thing that I've heard multiple times is that 30-06 won't fit in the magazine of a 8mm Mauser. I don't even know what you people are talking about. Here we have 30-06. 1, 2, 3, fits in the magazine. That's why these were so popular to convert from 8mm Mauser to 30-06. It's a quick barrel change, the bolt works, the bolt face is all the same. And for someone that doesn't even know that you can change out a wooden stock on every rifle out there just about, I'm sure there's some minor exceptions. For someone to say that and then go on to claim that they're a ballistics and or a firearms expert is absolutely ridiculous and embarrassing. So Nate, you're an 18 Echo. I suggest that you stick to commo because you do not know what you're talking about at all when it comes to firearms or ballistics. And just because you have a Green Beret does not give you credibility or expertise in any one of those topics. I mean, that is no different than anything that Tim Kennedy, Shrek, or anybody else is doing out there. So stick to what you know and quit claiming expertise in something that you clearly do not have. Thanks.
That's the other problem is that 30-06 Ian, that picture is
Well,
not
we actually, there is an answer. There's an answer about the photo of the 30-06 that slid under the radar for a lot of people. That photo of the rifle that we were shown.
I heard that was like a leak from someone else.
Well, yeah, it was from New York Post or TMZ. I think it was New York Post. And they came out later and made a statement, but you could tell just from looking at the photo that that is not the actual murder weapon. That's not actually the rifle that the police found.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, and they said later that they found a stock photo from something else and used it in this as a example of a 30-06.
The effort here to create disinformation around this photo is unbelievable, and it's the reason is it all ties in, and we're going to see Jesse on Fire do the same dumb shit. It's because Ian Carroll, if you're taking firearms advice from Ian Carroll, who is, by the way, he's a felon, convicted felon. I'll show you his record if you'd like. And then the fact that he's explaining to a Green Beret, which blows my mind that this is some relic and that he's buying it. Like, yeah, I totally buy that. I'm going to go ahead and push this narrative too, because, you know, I want to be friends with the pizza boy that doesn't know shit about anything. And by the way, it always leads back to the Jews with Ian. Freaking drives
with both of them.
Yeah.
Come
on, be real.
Yep. Mauser 98 or whatever, but it's not actually the real rifle, but because that rifle has a composite stock, not an old wooden stock.
The rifle that was man, I lost my mind. So because I had seen the I had the 30-06 picture, and then when the FBI released the Grandpappy's old World War I relic, I about threw my shit at the wall. Like the Leonardo DiCaprio when he sees the shit on TV. Wait. That's like how I was like, you fuckers, there's no way. But yeah, then I
to speak such stupidity,
right,
with such confidence is just my, and the problem is, folks, and the problem that I have, and I think everybody else, and I want to speak for them, the problem that I have with this is that you're doing it under the auspices that you're a Green Beret, and there's millions of people that are going to hear this, going to see this, and they're going to believe you. They're going to believe that you did due diligence on your research. They're going to believe you because you claim to be a firearms and ballistic expert, and you don't even know that you can change out a freaking wooden stock. Like,
that's the worst part. That's the worst part. I mean, anybody that's been into, any if you've ever bought a bolt gun and been like, I want to do something more than just what I did to take it off the shelf, you know that you can disassemble it. You know you could throw a different chassis on it, and it's not that freaking hard.
No.
If you've ever tried to clean a bolt gun, if you've had 5 minutes worth of curiosity in your life, and when I wonder how you take it apart and put it back together. I did that crap when I was like 10 years old.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is a grown man that allegedly runs a firearm training institution. Isn't that what he used to do?
That's, I don't know. I don't know. This is where we are in life.
I heard that as well. It's like that's not actually the photo. So, but no, Bronson, I have no idea. But I'm assuming, to Ian's point, that's not. We're not assuming that isn't actually the rifle that was used.
So his response to my question on whether or not he thinks you can put a modern stock on an old World War I era Mauser 98 was, I don't know, dude, probably not. So he's not sure, but he's kind of sure. And then in the same breath, he's absolutely positive that the photo the New York Post put out is definitely not a World War I era Mauser 98.
Hey guys, I now have the synthetic stock for the Mauser. Here is the original wood stock. I'll be replacing it here. Not doing a how-to, just showing a little before and after and some just first impressions on the stock, and I'll show you the overall look of it. And here it is on the OD green synthetic furniture made by Hogue. It no longer has a distinct Mauser look to it. Switching out between the wood or synthetic furniture is very easy, using the 2 screws at the bottom. Did not come with replacements, so those are the original ones I had.
This is a rubber overmold stock for a Mauser 98 military sporter. I'm going to take this out here for you so you can get a better look.
And Ian Carroll's claims here of the New York Post or somebody at the New York Post putting something out about that it was just a stock photo that they found on the internet and it's not. Yeah, that never happened.
This is the only photo of the rifle that has ever been released. And this is not the rifle. And you actually know that just from this photo.
You know it just from the photo, folks. We just showed you a War I or World War II Mauser that was changed out by a chick and the dude before him. But Ian knows just from the photo. You can tell that.
You would know that before the New York Post confirmed that this was just a stock photo, because this rifle obviously has a composite stock made out of some sort of like plastic polymer. It's obviously not a World War I era relic.
Dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very...
Trying to get him to come in voluntarily. During that phone call...
These idiots are lying to you. These idiots are all freaking lying to you. That's what you need to know. Hold on.
One era relic.
Dad wants photos of the rifle.
Yep. Sorry, Chuck. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just let me say one thing. I've got more than 50,000 assets on stock footage websites. And I can promise you that that's not a stock photo because the stock agency would not accept such a terrible photo as a stock photo of that weapon. There's no way that's a stock photo.
Yeah, this is what, you know what we need. You know what we need for a stock photo that people will buy. What we're going to do is we're going to lay an evidence box on the ground. We're going to put a rifle on it in the middle of the night, and we're going to shine a flashlight. This is going to be a great photo. We're going to want this.
Yeah, right. That's. I mean, come on.
It's absolutely preposterous.
Yeah, it's
he says
Grandpa evidence box. Sorry, yeah, it's very clearly an evidence box. It's just, I don't understand these reasoning.
They have to get rid of this idea because the problem for them is they've started off. All of these people have said that the texts are fake, and what this being a real rifle does, and it's going to be seen in court, folks. They're all going to be proven liars. But the reason that they have to attack this particular point is because it confirms that the texts are real between a father and a son, and where Tyler Robinson admits to doing what he did. It is an admission. And by the way, I'm going to read that for you guys just so that we can get this out of the way, because I keep hearing Tyler didn't admit nothing in there. Robinson implied, after they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much hate and evil, and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spread too much hate. That is an admission by any reasonable. If you said that in front of a 12-person jury, if they are reasonable, they will say that's an admission. If I asked Matt, why'd you steal my car? And instead of saying, I didn't steal your car, Gary, he says, well, Gary, I liked your car and I needed to get to the liquor store or wherever he's going. That's an admission. It's an admission.
I do wants to know who here. Sorry. Has anybody in Tyler Robinson's family or inner circle or anybody that knows him actually has said, no, he's innocent? He didn't shoot. Has anybody near Tyler Robinson actually said, no, he's innocent?
They have. Apparently his grandparents believe that he's innocent and he's being framed, but I mean, that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
So I also want to add that it's not like we know for a fact that these people are lying. They could just be retards.
Yeah. Well, you're more generous than me.
Has what? The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering. Okay. Right there. You see that in plain English. This is the transcript of the supposed conversation between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs that the feds gave to Newsweek. This is the photo that was released. Okay. This is not a Mauser.
Okay. It 100% is a Mauser. I want you to look at the action. What determines whether or not a gun is a certain type, whether it's a Remington 700 or a Mauser or whatever else, is the action, not the stupid stock. That's like changing the tires on your truck. It's stupid. So we can see that TR's rifle is a Mauser action. You can see the Mauser action right there. You can see a Remington action over there. It 100% is a Mauser. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The real model is this. It's like this one. Okay. So this is what an actual World War II Mauser looks like. But here's the thing.
All right. So that's like saying this is not a 1965 C10 Chevy. There's no way it's a C10 Chevy, because a real C10 Chevy looks like this over here. That's a 1965 C10 Chevy. This is the logic these freaking morons are using and convincing millions of people.
It was so old that it was untraceable.
It's not untraceable. The reason he's saying that is because Tyler says, I don't even know if it has a serial number, but it won't trace to me. Not untraceable. They traced it. They traced it right back to him.
Now, they never released a picture of this rifle. They released a picture of this rifle, which looks like every other rando 30-06 on the market. There's like 5, 6, 7 kinds that look just like this. Okay. And so the feds released a photo of the rifle and it's very unique. Okay. Well, where's that picture? Because this is the exact picture that they would release. There's nothing unique about this at all. Nothing. And it's also not a World War II.
So there's that video. All right. I've filibustered enough here, but you guys' comments on any of that stuff?
Dude, I'll jump in real quick. So he also confessed 5 different times through 5 different platforms.
Yes.
So that's another thing that people love to gloss over. They love to forget. He left a note under his keyboard. He confessed on a Discord chat, which those chats were proven true, even though Candace Owens tried to say that they were not true. Discord came back and said there was real chats. He confessed to his parents, to the sheriff, and then he confessed in those text messages. Let me see, what was that? Hold on, I got them right here. So you got one. Yep, you got the note under the keyboard.
Yep.
You got the text messages to Twigs, right? To the furry boyfriend girlfriend thingy. To the Discord group. You got to his family, where once they recognized who he was, and then to the family friend when before the sheriff came over. So that's 5 different times that he confessed to this happening in 5 different platforms to 5 different groups of people.
Yeah, no, I mean, he confessed.
You also forgot to mention the fact that he's on video entering, on video exiting, on video with the rifle in his hand, on video with it shoved down his pant legs, all sorts of things that go into it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about just confessions. Just confessions alone. We got 5 confessions. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. 100%.
Yeah. And again, it's really unfortunate that we have a Green Beret pushing this misinformation. And again, using his Green Beret as credibility, alleging that he's a firearms expert when he's clearly not. You got at least 3 snipers on this panel. Look, I do this for a living. I teach long range for a living. We have our own line of custom rifles. I teach ballistics for a living. I know, Al does the same thing. I don't know. Let's take a couple super chats real quick, and then we'll move into ballistics and or anything else that you guys want to cover. But Naked Dad, to one of you guys, sent 99 cents. Muhammad Jihad gifted a One Speak the Truth membership. Naked Dad did another 99 cents. Ben Dykes, by the way, great guy. Go follow him as well. Also a veteran. Great show, guys. Salute from Bubblehead. These clowns make money hating America need to be called out. Yep. I agree. Gents, thank you for this. I was getting very concerned. The only way you can be a Green Beret, have a YouTube channel, is badly represent your community while holding a cat and not hairless. Raise hell, praise Dale. I have no idea what that means. It might be an inside joke to some.
Dale Earnhardt, raise hell, praise Dale.
Oh, there you go.
You ain't from the South, are you?
I'm from Texas. Yeah, I am.
Well, me too, but I didn't know. I actually didn't learn that until I got over here to the other South, like North Carolina area.
The actual South, not Texas is its own South, but the other South, like the American South, is totally. There's Texas South and then American South.
Yeah. I didn't know it there. It's just my buddies in Tennessee. They're like, they say it all the time. I'm like, all right.
My wife's from Georgia, and she reminds me. She's like, Texas ain't the South. You're not from the South. You're from Mexico. Dirty beaner.
And then the Texas flag in the comment.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Dustin. Appreciate you. New member over here. Thank you very much. Iran has zero need to enrich. They can buy enrich for whatever BS excuse they have, like everyone else. UAE is cheaper that way, and there's no non-military use for anything enriched over like 3.5%. So.
Well, Iran does buy enriched uranium from China. They have one operational nuclear power plant. And for that, uranium that they actually get, I'm sorry, not from China, from Russia is where they actually buy it from. So I just want to make that perfectly clear. They are already buying enriched uranium from Russia that they use to fuel their one operational nuclear power plant. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Operational for the time being.
Right.
Exactly.
May not be in 24 hours.
Yeah, in 24 hours, things are going to go wild. We just extradited the leader of the bombing of the passenger plane in Argentina that was hiding in Venezuela to Panama and heading to the U.S. Will the job be finished? I think that's worth talking about because I definitely have what I would like to see with Iran, and I think that's what you're referencing. Jonathan Wilson, member for 28 months. Thank you, buddy. Mario is Lebanese, so a bit of bias there.
Yeah.
Okay. March 18, 2026, Tulsa, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There has been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capacity or capability. Fun fact.
You know what the problem with that one is, though, is that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, in June of 25, just like 3 days before we bombed them, conducted an inventory and inventoried Iran's enriched uranium at 440 kilograms. Iranian foreign minister came out during the debates with, I'm trying to remember his name, Steve Witkoff. And Steve is quoted saying numerous times this year that the Iranian foreign minister is claiming that they have 460 kilograms of enriched uranium.
Enough for 11 bombs already.
That's an additional 20 kilograms is the point.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so we don't have the amount of intelligence assets on the ground inside of Iran that we need to have made the call as quick as we did.
And what is clear proof of that is us, Israel, and everybody else thought that their ballistic missile capabilities were limited to 2,500 kilometers. And guess what? They were able to shoot
4K, baby.
4,500 kilometers. So there was a clear intelligence gap there. And I guarantee you there's a lot more intelligence gaps all over that place. So
Sarah Adams has talked about that a lot, that our intelligence capabilities inside of Iran are very diminished. And that's why one of the reasons we needed Israel is because they actually have human inside of Iran and we do not.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Fun fact, in July 2025, 100 Iranian bot accounts entered 240,000 posts to stop Trump's nuclear strikes. The IRGC has a cyber command arm that specializes in social media subversion of Americans. And folks, that's what's happening. Look, this is such an easy thing to see. Like, you don't have to get Candace Owens talking directly to Iran or China or whatever else. When any creator post something that they like that is subversive to the United States, they generate a bunch of bots behind it. It gets a bunch of views. They get money indirectly. But the other thing it does is they're like, hey, you know what? I just posted this and I got 5 million views or whatever it is. You've incentivized them and you've indoctrinated them into posting exactly that. Because when they post something else and it doesn't get those views, they're going to go back to that. That's what social media, when all they care about is clicks and views. I don't do this for money. I have a business. I couldn't care less if I have 5 followers or 50 million followers. Doesn't matter to me. You're not going to change the way that I see this. You're not going to change the way that I post. I post what I want, when I want. And I know everybody else on this panel is the exact same way. So that's what's happening. And then it looks organic. And then it's happening with all of her surrogates as well. Ian Carroll, what he does on X is he target designates, and I know everybody's experienced this. Just about I have. What Ian Carroll does, he goes in comments, says something shitty on your post, and the next thing you know, you have 50,000 of these bots talking about, oh, look at a ratio. You got a ratio, dude. And it's like, okay, well, he has 1.4 million followers. I have 30,000. I couldn't care if I got a ratio. The truth isn't dictated by democracy. That's not how this works. So,
Bingo. It really doesn't matter if they're getting money from foreign power. They're selling the same product.
Yeah,
that's all there is to it.
100%.
Plus, I love it when they do that to me, dude. Like, yeah, please come here and give me all of your hate engagements, because I'm going to soak them up and I'm just going to drink them down like the leftist tears I used to drink down anyway. Like, it don't matter to me, dude. Like, do you think that you saying words to me on the internet is going to hurt me? That's insane. And then when they try to go to they're going to threaten violence, I'm like, bro, I would rather solve it that way. If we could solve everything through violence, this panel here right now of all these dudes right here, I guarantee you we would choose that path over this other path. But we're forced. Yeah, we're forced to use this path. So you want to take it to the next level, dude. Well, let's go. I got guns in every room in this house, and we'll see what happens. We'll roll it out.
I've said it 100 times. You come on my property, just know that you're not leaving.
Yeah, it turns out these guys have really just turned into useful idiots for, Russia and Iran. That's all they are.
That's it.
And it's unfortunate to see it play in real time, especially people, that I've really, really respect Joe, and I think he's always been a great dude. He definitely was an awesome Green Beret, and it's really unfortunate to see this actually happen. And X is not it's not real life. I love posting on there because it's just absolute nonsense. Yeah, arguing with people is pretty fun to be on there.
I agree. Don't forget the global ramification of Iran getting and using a nuke on Israel, because the Pandora's box it will open up if they get away with it. Will be catastrophic. Next would be Russia on Ukraine and China and Taiwan. Look, we cannot allow, and this is one of the things that I voted for Trump on. You can say whatever you want to say that he said about foreign wars and getting involved in new wars or whatever else. The other thing that he said is that he unequivocally will not allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. It's one of the reasons I voted for him. And by the way, I think we should have taken Iran, the IRGC, out a long time ago. And the way that I want to see this played out is that, we continue. If they don't come to an agreement, we're going to see what happens in the next 24 hours. If we go kinetic again, what I hope that we're already getting in place is we got truckloads and truckloads of guns, ammunition that's going to be shipped over to all the Iranian people so they can resist and they can overthrow, and then they can dictate their new future. Regardless of what that future involves, it does not involve a nuclear weapon. That's the way because I don't want my kids. You can talk about foreign wars, you can talk about regime change, all these tropes that you guys, these are just talking points. They mean nothing. What does mean something is that when we have a terroristic regime, that if they have a nuclear weapon, they will use it, or they will threaten to use it. And
that's just it. Picture Iran right now. All they have is a ballistic missile program, right? Allegedly, all they have is a ballistic missile program, and they can control the Strait of Hormuz and they can control the Red Sea. Those are two key waterways, and the world is scared to do anything. If they had a nuclear weapon, the amount of things that they could shut down with their proxy organizations and the amount of dominance they would have over the world is insane, because those crazy bastards would use one. That's an issue. Whether or not they would launch it into a civilized society or not, the fact that they would have it and the fact that they could wage economic warfare across the world, and China and Russia would benefit from it, by the way, which they do.
Yeah.
China and Russia were the two ships that were allowed to sail through the Red Sea.
Hey, sure. Gary, I put up that map so everybody can see. That's the choke points. Those are the key choke points that matter in the world, and you can see how many of them focus on the Middle East. So you can start to kind of understand from a strategic standpoint of why we are finally going into Iran and doing something about this is because of that right there. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more on. So let's see. Hey, look at this. Look at this. See that? So you got the Suez, Bab el-Mandeb, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Strait of Malacca. And those right there, those are your main thoroughfares. And I don't know, we could add it all up, but just the Strait of Hormuz and I think the the Strait of Hormuz alone is 20% of the world's oil and natural gas. And the Suez Canal together, I think they're up there close to like 30 or 40%. So like so much trade goes through there that we haven't been in control of. And then you talk about this trade going through the Strait of Malacca too. This is why we're here, guys. Like this is the thing that everybody's missing from a strategic standpoint. No one wants to look at this war for what it actually is. And I shared this post earlier. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it shows our trade between the trade breakdown of the world from 2000 until today. Let me share this. You see that? This is why we're here. This is why we're finally interdicting Iran, which is a proxy of China and Russia. And this is why Trump is actually putting his foot down finally, because the world has changed that much in 24 years.
Yeah. Yeah, folks. I mean, China's taken over. It's and Iran is part of that. Iran, China, and Russia are our greatest threats. And the other thing that I've talked about before, look, we know that the Middle East is the largest region of unrest. And folks, 90% of that is because of Iran, between Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Quds Force. Like 90% of the problems that we have, October 7th wouldn't have happened without Iran.
Nope.
October 7th wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Joe Biden giving them all that money. Like,
well, that's another thing too.
I think that I believe that we should have been to Iran regardless of, even if there was absolutely no chance of them ever having nuclear weapons, if that wasn't even on the table. We needed to do this in Iran. Bottom line, no matter what, they were causing so many significant issues throughout the world, throughout the Middle East, significantly in Iraq, all the way to Israel, and especially with their proxies. We could talk about it all day long, but like
thousands of Americans since in the last 47 years.
100%. They've had a chokehold on the Middle East, and we as a country have been so afraid to do anything. They have killed so many of us. And, even being in Iraq, my last couple of times I was there, they were so afraid of us even mentioning Iran, mentioning Iranian-backed militias, just because they didn't want to cause any issues. I was in high school in 2003, right when we made the decision to invade Iraq. And I remember back then I was like, why in the hell are we going to Iraq? Iran are the people that are causing all the issues. And I was just a dumbass in 2003. And it just expounded, as I think I probably spent like 3 or 4 years in total time in Iraq. And it's just nonstop, just Iran is such a significant problem. They're absolutely controlling the governments in Lebanon. They're absolutely in control of the government in Iraq right now. And they're just on a chokehold, and there's nothing we can do about it. And if Iran has a chokehold on the Middle East and all that oil, then that means China technically is the ones with the chokehold on it.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like, we keep hearing these comparisons between Iraq and Iran. And folks, everything they sold you on that you were like, yeah, we should go to Iraq, and come to find out it wasn't true. Everything they said about Iraq is 100% verifiably true about Iran. They do have weapons of mass destruction. They are looking to build a nuclear weapon. They are conducting terrorist operations all over the Middle East, and then some. And by the way, we just had a person convicted that was put up to an assassination plot against President Trump by the IRGC. So they are targeting Americans. They have targeted our president. And if we let them go unchecked any further, our kids will be forced to go fight in Iran at a long, drawn-out war with a nuclear armed Iran. Like, we can't.
Marco Rubio specifically said this in 2015, I think it was, saying exactly what he's mirroring what he's saying now. Like, they will be untouchable if we let them keep going. And so this war needed to happen. I think the timing, we should have done it a lot sooner. And I think politically it would have been better for us. But yeah, it's just unfortunate that everyone is so against it now. But this needed to happen, bar none.
Couldn't agree more.
I think you also got to look at the fact that what is directly on the west side and then the east side of Iran. What's on the west side of Iran?
Iraq.
What's on the east side of Iran?
Afghanistan.
Right. All right. So we went to Afghanistan. From a strategic standpoint, maybe you were supposed to go into Iran, but Iran is a very tricky problem set for a ground force invasion. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Our capabilities in 2002, when all this is being planned, 2001, 2002, were a lot different than they are today.
Yeah.
So another thing people don't misunderstand about this is one, the cost of troops to, life, risk, and mission would have been a lot higher to go into Iran at that time. So from, I try to look at everything from a strategic level, like a 30,000 foot view of like, why are these things actually happening? I disagree with the initial Iraq invasion especially for the reasons they said that we did them and all this other stuff. But if you look at it from a strategic standpoint, now you have multiple forward operating bases on either side of Iran, and you can effectively force project your will on Iran at a moment's notice with every military capability that you can think of. And then if you still need it, you can bring aircraft carrier strike groups in to play around as well. So that's a real reason.
We're now controlling the Strait of Hormuz with 1/10 of our U.S. Navy. It was never that we couldn't control, but think about it strategically as well. What did Trump do? They freaking hit all their ballistic missile sites, and then what did they do right after that? Getting ready to control the Strait of Hormuz, they sunk every single one of their naval vessels that are worth anything, right? So they have no navy. They have a bunch of little boats, and they got some water mines. Like, who cares? Like, we now control that, and it's much easier, and we've mitigated the risk. And if they decide that they're not going to stay at the negotiation table and decide to play ball with us, they're screwed, and they should be. I think we shouldn't even give them the chance. If I was Trump, that ship has sailed, and they're DUN done.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into well, first of all, Chuck, you've talked probably the least here. You and pretty much everybody. But anyways, Chuck, what are some major points that you want to bring out in all of this whole mess?
I just came from the Iranian border, and there were people I was in Armenia, right on the Iranian border, and it was the only land border left in Iran that's open. And so there were a lot of people coming across that border into Armenia. And I was down there with a translator talking to the Iranian people. And I think that it's hard for Americans to really grasp just how oppressive, just how bad the Iranian regime is to its own people.
Yeah.
Just how evil they are. And the things that they do to instill fear in their own people, to the point where even though the majority of the people in Iran are Muslim, they are renouncing Islam left and right, because they're saying if what the regime does, if that is Islam, I want nothing to do with it. And we talked to people who had converted to Christianity specifically because of that.
Right.
I interviewed a couple of women who were spent 9 months in Evin prison, the worst prison in Tehran, for being Christian. They were arrested because they were Christians, and they were held in solitary confinement. They were forced to watch a friend be executed. They were threatened, and they themselves were told they would be executed. And just because of the international pressure on their case, the IRGC was getting calls literally from the Pope and things like that. They let them go. So I just find it interesting that, Americans are having these high level discussions about, is it worth it to, and the people in Iran are telling me, look, the bombs are falling close to my house and it was really scary, but please don't stop. Please see this thing through, because this is they feel like it's their only chance.
All right. Well, let's move on to Al. Let's talk about, unless anybody else has anything else before we get into this, ballistics, because one of the biggest things, it is anomalous, it is atypical, and I've said this from the very beginning of what we see with Charlie Kirk. That being said, you start doing some research, it's not as uncommon as, like, the idea that it's impossible that a 30-06 did what it did to Charlie Kirk without an exit wound. You're a sniper, you're a sniper team leader, you literally shot long range professionally for a really long time, and I know Matt did too, and I have as well. Kind of take the lead on that, Al. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so when I initially heard of the shooting and how it hit in the neck, and I remember watching it, and I was just my initial thoughts were thinking it was like a smaller caliber rifle, and then kind of digging into it. And I'm not really going to go over, the ballistics and trajectory, so what I'm tracking right now, that it was Remington ammunition, like Remington marked ammunition on the 30-06 30 caliber. And just doing a little research, I haven't found any document showing that like what exactly round was found, the unused casings, like what grains were being used or whatever. So I've been kind of basing things off of like generally what people are using for hunting these days. And so I'm guessing like 150 grain Remington is my best guess, unless anyone really disagrees with me on that. And the muzzle velocity, I was assuming at the time, was probably like 2,900 feet per second. And the distance from the shooter to Charlie Kirk was approximately 200 meters, just kind of give everyone, a baseline of what we're working with now. And Tyler Robinson was elevated down to where Charlie was, and approximately 50 feet. So you're probably looking between like a 5 to 7 degree angular deviation. So
about 9.4, because the building that, and I have this graphed out on our 3D model, so it was about 9.4 degrees.
Okay, yeah, so it's pretty minimal if you're shooting long range. And have you ever been out to like Todd Hodnett shooting accuracy first? He'll tell you straight up, like, if you're below 30%, yeah, if you're really below 30%, you don't really need to adjust whatsoever. But 100% 50, and this one, I think it should have been probably more point of aim, point of impact. I highly doubt he was going for a headshot, probably going for a chest shot. That's just my guess, just based on, his experience level. But the shot is, well, I've heard people say, he was a professional shooter. It's point of aim, point of impact. It was almost, there was almost zero training you had to do for that. And as far as the likeliness of it not going through, so we found, obviously, MLK, he was probably the best example. He was actually shot with a 30-06. I think he was shot through the jaw, went in through the neck, and lodged into his chest cavity. So right there's no exit wound on MLK. That's probably the most famous example of that. And just doing research, I actually found out, specifically with 30-06 that and with hunting ammo, and specifically with that these softer grains that you're going to find that having no exit wounds is actually a lot more common than you would think, a lot more common than I thought, kind of more after looking into it. So specifically looking at 30-06, we all know that the M1 Garand that we used from World War II into Korea was the 30-06. And I found a battle casualty survey from 1950. I can send the links, or I can even send the documents from it. It was done by several PhDs, and it was found that about 20 to 40% of enemy casualties shot with our M1 Garands, about 20 to 40% actually had no exit wounds when it was coming to our rifle bullets. So that was, pretty significant. And another one of the documents I found through, so it's a book called Gunshot Wounds by a man named Vincent DeMaio, and it's going through and a world of information. Great book, actually. And so specifically, everyone remembers when Charlie got shot, he immediately seized up. He was done. And that usually, so if you're using like a soft tip bullet, that I'm guessing that you probably had some of the old hunting ones, that the second that round penetrates the skin whatsoever, and obviously your neck is slightly thicker, like the muscle and stuff, slightly more dense, that bullet is immediately gonna mushroom out. And then the second you hit any kind of bone, and according to the NIH, I found 2 separate NIH documents that the second it hits your skull or it hits the spine, like your upper spine area, that you're looking upwards to like a 70% retention into the human body, no matter what angle, where it hits from any direction with what rifle, unless you're shooting Full Metal Jacket, because obviously that goes, pretty fast through. And so I found several different, peer-reviewed journals talking about how specifically 30-06, or it doesn't say 30-06, it's saying 30 caliber, that the second it hits your spine or your skull, that you're going to have significantly more retention rates and fragmentation of the bullet. And when you're looking at the report from, I think it was the ATF, found that they only found fragments of what they believe is 30 cal, that kind of directly goes in line with, all these different studies that I found. One of them was like orthopedic research, and then the other one was directly from the NIH, pretty much mirroring the exact same thing, saying that the second some of these softer tip bullets, especially even if it's a rifle, it's going to be incapacitating. It's going to kill you immediately, because once it hits that hard bone, it's going to fragment and shrapnel through the rest of your body. And even going through some of those reports, that you're going to see that that he probably had tiny fragments all through his chest cavity, just kind of the way that went. And it's actually a lot more common than not to have, hunting rifles or hunting bullets, retained inside of the body. I found a lot of hunters also saying that when you're shooting these soft tipped 30-06 or 30 caliber rounds, that it is going to retain inside of the body, that they're going to be able to recover it. So it's, without going, it's very common. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to add to that. Here's the thing too, people, when people are going out in the backyard, first of all, any of this backyard ballistic BS, if they're shooting a piece of meat or shooting a piece of steel and oh, look at this is definitive. All right. They're not a ballistics expert. All right. They're an idiot. All right. You can't, it is so difficult. If you don't understand the difficulty of replicating the shot, especially when we don't, we now know that it was Remington. Before that, we didn't even know the brand. We didn't know if it was hand loaded. We still don't know what the grain weight of the bullet is, the projectile type. We don't know the rifle twist. All of these things matter. And so think about this. I can take a 9mm gun. I take a 1/4-inch piece of steel and I can shoot it and it'll go right through. I can take a 1/4-inch piece of Kevlar and shoot it and it will not go through. And why is that? Because it displaces that energy. It transfers that energy equally. And I want you to think specifically what Al just talked about when it comes to Martin Luther King. And there's another example I'm going to bring up in a second. But it hit him in the spine, just like it did Charlie Kirk. And if you look at the spine and you see, number one, the spine is made to displace energy. And it has so many different attachment points and it flexes. And we saw that with Charlie Kirk. We saw the extreme deformation in his back. And as it went out and came back in, even using the 30 frame per second video, which is, we're losing 98% of the information between frames. That's how fast this is going. So you have a high speed energetic event. And everybody's guessing here. None of us can definitively say, I think there's enough evidence at this point to intelligently and logically infer that it is a 30-06, but we can't say it was for sure a 30-06. What I think we can do is we can look at ballistics, terminal ballistics, and we can say it's not impossible. It's not even close to impossible. There's plenty of examples. And when you have that soft tip bullet hit the spine, it is going to fragment. Exactly what we saw. We didn't expect that they would be able to do tooling mark identification. I knew that was going to be inconclusive, but what was interesting from that report is they did confirm that it was a 30 caliber bullet. And real quick, I just want to throw this up there because Al brought it up. So these are the different types of Remington ammunition that has ever existed. 30-06. Weights offered from 110 to 125, varmint light, 150 grain, 165, 168, 180, 220 plus. Core locked, which is probably the most common type of type of Remington ammunition that's available out there. You're going to find that in most of your stores. So we have core lock, PSP, SP, so soft point tip, classic controlled expansion workhorse, and 125 to 220 grain. We have AccuTip BT, polymer tipped for accuracy and expansion. I don't think that was necessarily that's bronze tip, by the way, or maybe not. But core lock ultra bonded for weight retention. Okay, any of these bonded, you can almost rule those out right away. Bonded are meant for penetration, so wasn't almost guaranteed wasn't a bonded. Core lock ultra bonded, again, for weight retention. That's not it. Bronze point in 30-06 has been apparently offered since the 1920s. Early controlled expansion. This is the one I want you to pay attention to. You have this little guy that's shooting with his grandpa all the time. Apparently, there was a report. I can't find it now, but there was a report that said something that the ammunition was approximately 8 years old. We have managed recoil, reduced kick, 125 grain. And I looked this up. This is SPS tipped. So that is soft point tipped ammunition. And if we have reduced recoil, reduced muzzle velocity, and we have a 125 grain that's not going to retain velocity, and it's not going to retain mass once it hits something, that could be just as well could be a 150 grain as well. But I mean, especially if we find out that it's reduced recoil. The other part of this, and you guys, you know, one of the things I saw early on was that we did have an atypical or asymmetric entrance wound. It looked like a larger entrance wound. Now, going through pathology reports, one of the things I did find interesting was, and specifically one that I saw, it talked about entrance wounds to the neck are always wider. They actually stretch out the skin on your neck is very taut. So when you have an impact there, it does stretch out. So a larger entrance wound is expected. But it also is potential to me, depending on what was going on with the firearm, that we didn't have gyroscopic stability. So I think it potentially was in yaw, which means it wasn't flying like a spiral. All right. It was actually wobbling around, which could explain the point of impact.
Could have keyholed.
And on top of that, if it goes into that, if it's tumbling or it's an extreme yaw and it hits the spine, folks, it's not going to action. And you know, we may be able to ammunition in his.
I want to point something else out, man, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
What makes these projectiles? Why we're talking about soft point and we're talking about all of these other things. Look, when you have, what is it, mass times velocity squared equals the kinetic energy of that particular projectile, what's going to end up going into that target. And so what actually causes them to be effective isn't the fact that they hit the target, it's the transfer of energy going into that target. Okay. And in this case, we're talking about Charlie Kirk. And what we have is evidence of a mass amount of transfer of energy that went into Charlie Kirk. We have evidence of a mass amount of energy dump. So while we look at it and we say, you know what, we don't know exactly the type of projectile that was being used, I can tell you that it dumped 100% of that energy into him.
Agreed.
Why do I know that? Because his head, in a split second, ended up blowing up to the size of a freaking watermelon.
Yeah.
And you see the same thing happen in his chest.
And his
fluids are not compressing. Like these fluids inside that body, they're not compressing, they're expanding. And it's funny to me that all of these people will point out ballistics gel. They can't tell you how many inches of ballistics gel equal how many inches of human flesh, because it doesn't. It's not how it works. But what it does do is it shows the displacement of that energy transferring throughout the ballistics gel. The same exact thing you see if you watch that 4K video of Charlie Kirk. You watch his head expand and you watch his chest expand. You watch his face blow up. That's all of those fluids that are just being shoved into every orifice, you know, every last crevice of his body. And I hate to be as disgusting as I have to, but this is where that energy went. That fluid displacement is that energy being taken out in the body. Yeah. And when that projectile ends up entering the body, it ends up coming across not an even amount. When you brought up a steel plate, for example, and that steel plate is going to, you know, disperse the energy in a certain way, and the Kevlar is going to dispense the energy in a certain way. Well, inside of a body, you have fluid, you have tendons, you have muscle tissue of varying density, you have skin, you have all of these other ballistic mediums that's going to have to pass through as it's hauling butt. And as it does it, it causes that projectile within itself to yaw in turn.
Yep.
Hitting a bone is not the same thing as hitting a tendon. It's not the same thing as hitting muscle tissue. It's not the same thing as hitting fluid. And depending on how that projectile goes through each one, much like shooting a windshield, it's going to deflect, it's going to tumble, and it's going to yaw. Yeah. And that's also contributing to that mass dump of energy all within the fraction of a second. It is called ballistic theory, not ballistic fact. And so when we have people that are out there that are stating that absolutely for a fact this projectile couldn't have done this, they're lying. Yeah. That is how you know they're lying, particularly as they label themselves as a ballistic expert. They're either lying about being a ballistics expert or they're lying about the results. It's cut and dry.
Again, an extremely high-speed energetic event. Folks, you could take exactly a perfect analog of Charlie Kirk and you can take the exact same rifle, the exact same ammo, and you could shoot that analog 100 times and you would get different results every single time. It's just a fact. And for people to sit there and say, I hung up a piece of pot roast and I shot it and it went through it, or I hung up a femur and some meat, like a femur isn't, it's probably going to go through a femur because it's rigid. It doesn't flex like that Kevlar, but the spine is very different. So we talked about Charlie Kirk. His terminal ballistic results were very similar to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was shot at half the distance. Charlie Kirk was shot at about 142 yards. Martin Luther King was shot at 65 yards. It still didn't exit. And then on top of that, we also have Chuck Ritter, who's another Green Beret. You can go look at him on X. He was also shot in the spine with 7.62 by 54, which is the Russian equivalent to 30-06. He was shot from 25 yards away. It came into his back. It hit his spine. It deflected downward. It didn't exit. And guess what? He didn't kill him either. And on top of that, he was able to continue fighting. So there is something unique about the spine, the way that it can flex, the way that it can displace energy, and on top of that, the density of the vertebrae itself. So there's plenty of examples out there of why this is, and they have to tell you this isn't true. And this goes back to the dumbest theory. This goes back to the dumbest theory of them all. It's like we have Israel, the United States, all these sophisticated actors decided to come up with this conspiracy where we're going to shoot this guy, but we're going to use a different caliber. And then we're going to have this patsy over here. Oh, and we're going to get away with it. It's so sophisticated. We never get spotted. Nobody sees another shooter. There's 3,000 cameras out there. There's plenty of professional cameras out there. We never spot another shooter anywhere. They get away with it free. And they're, going back to Israel, I guess, and like, oh, hey, what rifle did you give the patsy? 30-06. Oh, I used 223, bro. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, that's not how this would work.
They also fail to account for perfusing tissue. That's another thing. Like, you can't shoot dead tissue and expect the same results that you would get from perfusing tissue and perfusing bone, because they're different densities. There's different actions going on there. They're biochemically different, right? So that's just another thing too. It's like, yeah, they take one tiny little variable that they cannot prove, and then they use that to disprove the whole thing, even though that they can't actually prove. Like, it's an insane argument to make. On a side note, real quick, did y'all see the indictments that just came out this afternoon? This evening?
No.
The SPLC.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, I did see that. I didn't get to look at the report, but I saw the headline.
Bro, Nick Fuentes is the Unite the Right member. They got paid $270,000 by the SPLC. So this dude who's supposed to be the farthest right person that there is on American politics was taking money from the SPLC, dude.
He's not on the right. And what's funny is compare him. Yeah. No, and if anything, he is, when you have a guy that praises Hitler, I lost, I don't even know how many followers on YouTube or how many subscribers, whatever, when I came out and I said that he was racist and he liked Adolf Hitler. Like, he worshiped the guy. He was a fanboy. I consider him a Nazi. The amount of people that told me I was wrong, and I sat there for a week and played clip after clip after clip of him, showing how he's praised Hitler, showing how he's a fan of Hitler. And what's even worse is, that same guy that we just had Nate on with, he, like, from Valhalla VFT, sitting down with Ian Carroll. Ian Carroll himself has tried to sit there and try to disprove the Holocaust, saying that those numbers are overinflated, trying to bring it down, and all of those things, dude. It's absolutely disgusting who some of these former, like, soft guys are associating themselves with.
Yeah.
Anthony Aguilar, the guy that tried to claim that we had people, that were just murking civilians over inside of Gaza for no good reason. Americans that were shooting them up alongside the IDF and all this, like, BS. He got out of there and tried claiming that kid got killed. One of the people that he was standing next to, one of the people that he was raising money with on TikTok on TikTok was supposedly this young child's mom. He was doing it alongside Al Jazeera, and he was doing it with well-known white supremacists that associate themselves with David Duke and the likes thereof. And so when you are getting your information, I highly suggest you look into who is promoting these people and the amount of money that's going behind them. Because this entire thing that we've been talking about, in my opinion, goes down to a major psyop that's taking place here in the United States of America. And we have people that are dividing this country, and you look who they're associating themselves with, you look at the different things they're talking about. There is a common narrative, very, very common narrative here. You've got people that are worshiping Adolf Hitler. You've got people that are trying to deny the Holocaust. You've got all of this crap that's being pushed. And all of these soft guys are coming out, or all of these different people that are coming out. For some reason, every single one of them seems to find their way to one of these like racist piles of trash. Yeah, am I the only one that notices this?
No. I've said, like, you can't believe two things. Like, I could understand if some people would come out and be like, you know what, I don't really believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. That is not a singular belief. Like, every single one of these people that are pushing that, including the bots and the sock puppet accounts that are pushing all this stuff too, you could go through the replies. The other thing that they have to believe is that Israel's the worst thing ever. Like, for some reason, these things cannot exist on their own. Like, it is always together. And it is the Jewish trope is don't trust Donald Trump. No, we're going to trust the left. We're going to let them take back over. That's the only way to solve this. Folks, you're buying buying this dumb shit like hook, line, and sinker, and you got to quit being so damn gullible. It's the exact same psyop that they were using against Trump in the early years. Russia. We got these dossiers. We got this. We got that. That you were smart enough to like, oh, that doesn't make sense. That's dumb. That's fake news. You're buying faker news, dumber news. Like, at least that was some sort of believable, I guess. But this is dumber, and it's like, you're not using logic. You don't believe in evidence. You've come to this weird conclusion because people have convinced you of it. And by the way, they smuggled in Jew hatred, which also, by the way, is this push against capitalism. It's smuggling in socialism. We got Tucker Carlson now saying that capitalism is unchristian. Like, it's nuts, and it's so obvious if people just wake up and open your eyes.
Denying the Holocaust is the one for me. It's like, the Holocaust is the most documented atrocity that we've ever had in the history of mankind. And most of those documents are from the Nazis themselves. We got them all from them before they could destroy them all. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, we didn't just this wasn't just made up accounts, right? This was literally their own accounting, because the Nazis were very good bookkeepers, and they kept all of their records of all of everyone they were trying to kill, because they truly believed that what they were doing was just. They truly believed that they were ridding the world of the evil Jews, because they were brainwashed to think that way by Hitler, based off of propaganda that was made in 1903 that we already kind of talked about. But I mean, millions of documents. You can go look at the Holocaust Museum website, and then you can go through and you can actually see all of it. Anybody can today, right this moment. You can go spend the next 5 weeks, and you could go through it all, and your eyes will be open. But people are lazy, and they don't want to do that. So they'd rather listen to a gay pizza delivery driver and some little twink in a suit sitting behind a desk being like, the Nazis were the best, and we would have been so much better with Hitler. Like, are you serious, people? Like, this is where we're at today.
There's no amount of like convincing them either. Unfortunately, it almost seems like the flat earthers kind of people. Like, no matter what kind of evidence you give them, it doesn't matter. It's always going back to the Jews or this and that, and then outrage is like everybody's new happy place. It's like it's pretty absurd, and it's gone to the fact where I even commented on my Instagram where people are saying, like, I've seen veterans that fought in Iraq literally playing Iranian propaganda just because like everything against Trump or against the Jews is good. So like playing Iranian propaganda, and that's just absolutely absurd. They've killed so many of us. Like, I can understand, if you're against us helping Israel, or you're against Israel, or if you're against Trump, but go to the fact that you're literally propagating our greatest enemy since I've been alive by far. No. That's just absurd, and it's abhorrent. And there's no fucking excuse for that. It's just ridiculous. And I don't care what your position is, of you're pushing up, of you're bringing up the Iranians or radical Islam, then you need to take a look inside, because that's just unequivocally wrong. It's horrible.
Well, and the other weird thing that's happening now, whether it's Tucker and whether it's some of these other people, is like trying to convince you that Islam is not bad. Like, get the F out of here. Like, it is completely incompatible with everything. Like, we know that. You know that in your soul, whoever you're watching. It's one thing if you want to hate the Jews, you want to hate Israel, fine. But at the same time, you turn around and like hold water for IRGC and Muslims and try to pretend that they're not bad. Now we have, again, Tucker Carlson amongst others protecting them. Like, I can't believe Trump made fun of the Muslims. Like you talk about pedophilia. The number one institutionalized product of pedophilia is freaking Islam. Like, they're marrying underage girls. You don't even know what they do to little boys all over. It is horrific, folks, and animals and everything else. Like, Islam is a death cult, period. Like, I
I
don't
mean,
care what,
everyone's always talking about, Trump's protecting pedophiles, where, all the Epstein files and, pedophilia, and you hit on that exactly. And their prophet married a 6-year-old, consummated the marriage at 9 years old, and that's not even debated. It's
that's from
documented.
Sahih Bukhari.
Yep, Sahih
Aisha,
Bukhari. Yeah, Aisha specifically said
one of the top hadiths, one of the most highest rated hadiths.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate that why aren't you prosecuting? Even Iranians are saying, or IJRC, they're like, oh, we don't have the Epstein files here in IJRC. Yeah, that's because your prophet was one of them. You would have worshipped him.
And on top of that, we've talked about it before, but it's worth mentioning it. Like, the Epstein files have turned into a psyop on its own. It's a talking point. Why is it Candace Owens and Nate from Valhalla? Why aren't they digging into the Epstein files? Because I've looked all through it, and I've looked at everybody else has looked all through it. There's nothing actionable in there. It is a political bludgeon at this point. That's what it is. Like, it's like, oh well, Trump's in the Epstein files. Like, no.
Well, and it's like it's like the JFK files. Yeah. I poured through the JFK files, and what I found was massive connections to the KGB.
Yeah.
It was very obvious to me that Lee Harvey Oswald had traveled over to Russia, had met up with KGB assets in Mexico, and they likely put him on. I'm not saying that there's not a second or a third shooter or anything like that the grassy knoll doesn't exist. But because the Epstein files have the word Israel in it, or have the word Jew somewhere in there, they go, aha, this must prove it. It's the same thing when it goes and it points to, oh man, what is it? The Epstein files with Trump. They say, look, somebody called this in. And you look at the year of it and you realize that what they're showing is actually a tip, right? Somebody is calling in a tip and they're disclosing all of this crap that's out there. And it's not that it was founded. It's not that it's factual. It's that somebody had called in and made an allegation. They investigated. They find out it not to be true, but they don't say that.
Yeah, and actually on that exact tip, one of the reasons they discounted it was because they said it happened at a club that he owned, and I think I don't know what year it was, but come to find out, like, he didn't own that club till like 4 years later. So even that was just somebody on the other end of the phone alleging something that's completely unfounded. But I haven't seen one single episode from Nate or Candace Owens dedicating the time to going through the Epstein files and finding actionable information like, hey, this is what the FBI should be investigating. Like, it's not there, folks. It's, and I don't know if it ever was. I don't know if the Biden administration, they had it for 4 years. They could have taken things out. They could have put things in. Like, it's a red herring. And it's just, they're going to use it as a political weapon against Trump when they got nothing else. And by the way, everything, I went through all the photo files. There are albums of photos of Bill Clinton in multiple places with Jeffrey Epstein with young girls. I can't tell if those girls are 15 or they're 21, but like the most actionable stuff is with Bill Clinton and other Democrats. Direct emails from Epstein to Hillary Clinton to Barack Obama and to other prominent Democrats. That's what I see. So
Dude, that's one thing people don't want to talk about. So go through the Epstein files, and just like Matt said, if you actually look at them, there's far more links to Russian intelligence and to Russian FSB than there is anything else. There's far more links to actually anti-Israel and more a globalist kind of push than there is anything else, right? So those are all the links that no one actually wants to talk about. But at the end of the day, too, there's nothing actionable in them. You can go through all the files that have been released, all the ones that have been released so far. It's all fairly circumstantial. It's what it paints a picture of is powerful people, rich, powerful people who surrounded themselves with other rich, powerful people that wanted to go out and do a little bit of debauchery. And which, again, I'm 100% against it. Obviously, all of that was wrong. I wish we had the evidence to put these people in jail for the rest of their lives. I wish that was a thing that actually existed. I wish there would have been this like perfect little nugget of Epstein files intelligence that just had like videos of them all committing all these crimes so they could all go.
That's what we all thought it was, right? I mean, that's what we thought it was. We thought it was like this video cache of hidden cameras, and we're going to see, Bill Clinton and whatever else. I don't even want to allege anything, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what we thought we were going to see. It'd be clear-cut evidence, put him in jail, sentence him to death. Like, that's what we thought. That's not what it is.
No, it wasn't. And people just got to be realistic about it. And that's anytime someone brings up the Epstein files now, I'm like, why haven't you gone through them and collated and aggregated all of that data and made sure that you help the authorities get whatever actionable intelligence is in them to arrest these people? Why haven't you done that? Because if you haven't done that, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And there's not a single thing that I spent days and days going through them. And I couldn't find a single thing that would even come close to probable cause of arresting a single person. So don't fall for it, folks. Like, it's low IQ nonsense, and they know they can say that, but you don't see these people investigating. You don't see them going through it. You don't see them doing anything with it other than using it as a political weapon. That's what it is. Something else I was going to say. I don't know. Probably wasn't important.
Yeah. I've got about 5 minutes left, and then I'm going to have to exfil, unfortunately.
Well, give us some last words of advice, Matt, and then what I will do as soon as he's done with that, I will go through all the super chats, folks, and whoever wants to hang out with me is welcome to. But we'll get the super chats. Send it, Matt.
I mean, my last words of advice is don't take anybody's word to be the gospel, other than the gospel itself, like the actual gospel, right? Like the literal word of God. Aside from that, don't take anybody's word to be the gospel. Do your own research, and as you're doing your own research, go find the original source. And once you find the original source, put it up against the common sense test. What is lacking inside, like everything that we have talked about today, everything that we've gone over and debunked, and that we have presented actual facts for, any of that information would not have passed the common sense test, and none of that information did people look past surface level. Even when you brought up Ian Carroll, bringing up the website to where he goes, look, this website doesn't exist, therefore must be a thing, right? It's one of the biggest problems I think that I see in society today is just the parroting of information. And the same thing goes true when it goes into mainstream media. Don't take what I say to be true. I don't care if I say it or anybody else on this panel. Actually do your due diligence and develop your own opinion, and then come to your own conclusion. Don't listen to somebody else. If people aren't giving you information and they're just doing nothing but spitting opinions out there, they're probably lying or they have an alternative agenda. If they're giving you information followed by opinion, maybe, just maybe, you could take them for their word. But at the same time, don't believe it at all. Go figure it out and develop your own. Right? Like, am I crazy here?
You're completely correct. And don't base it on feelings, folks. Like, your mind is your own worst enemy. Your biases are your own worst enemy. Like, steel man your own arguments and make sure that you're coming up with an evidence-based conclusion.
I think if I could interject here, I think it's important to educate people about basic fundamentals of logic, like Occam's razor. I'm sure you all heard about that in the military and learned about that. Sure. Occam's razor has been around since the 13th century, and it basically is just a maxim that it says the simplest answer to any problem that fits all the facts is usually the right answer. So, for example, if you come home from work and your front door is ajar, you could say, oh my gosh, an international spy broke into my house and searched everything and didn't leave a trace. And that you could come up with this crazy, convoluted, very complex story. Or you could say, oh, I probably forgot to close the door when I walked out this morning.
Yeah.
And that's under Occam's razor, that's probably the right answer, right? But for some reason, people feel a sense of power or empowerment by taking any kind of, whether it's Epstein files or Charlie Kirk or any of these things, and trying to make them into this very complex, convoluted, it's got to be, there's this cabal of evil people who are all planning something against us to destroy the world and that sort of thing. It's like, you've been watching too many movies, man.
Yeah.
The simplest answer
Occam's
is usually
razor
the
is
right
turned
one.
into it's the Jews.
Yeah.
I've seen Occam's razor used incorrectly and abused so much that it's not even funny. But
I know I don't even want to hear it anymore. Like anytime somebody brings up Occam's razor, I'm like, you just shut up. Like just stop talking to me right now. Like not you, Chuck. Like I love you, but like just people in general today that when they try to debate or bring something up, they're like, well, let's just refer to Occam's razor. I'm like, how about you give me a fact? Give me one fact. Yeah.
Right.
Other than you think it's
Occam's razor doesn't include a conspiracy between the French Foreign Legion, the United States military, the Jews, a different patsy, a different shooter, a different gun. That's not freaking Occam's razor, morons.
No, that's not.
The Freemasons,
growing up in the military, I used to always
Gatekeepers.
believe, growing up in the military, I used to always believe that there was a bunch of these conspiracies that like there was always some grand plan that everything's going to work out fine. And then as I got a little bit older, and then especially as I got into SF and I got to work in the embassy a little bit and got to, I got to see behind the curtain to that you're supposed to be the best and those brightest, the best organizations. And I learned that overall, there's not really a lot of conspiracies at the top. It's just a bunch of really freaking dumb people trying their best to do their job and just being really freaking bad at it. And it just steamrolls from there. And we just really suck at what we do as far as up at the upper echelons. And it's pretty pathetic, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And again, having this multinational conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk in the middle of 3,000, this is not how this would be done, folks. And the other thing, going back to what Chuck says regarding just the basic use of logic, when you have to reject known evidence that will be shown, folks, you can pretty much bet on it that all the evidence outlined in the charging documents and the mountain of other evidence that you don't even know about yet because they haven't talked about it. We're hearing more and more some new search warrants put out. We have a better timeline of what took place. But when you have to reject all of this known evidence and then you go to a conclusion that has no evidence and has evidence against it and you still believe it, you are logically flawed. You have let your emotions take control of you and you are not using any mental self-discipline whatsoever. And it's just all feel, vibes, and freaking intuition. And it's unfortunately, it's dumb. Your brain will trick you. Your emotions will trick you. That's why we've always said you got to fall back to logic and evidence, common sense.
Oh,
yes.
Chase, you're gonna love this. This is from Ranger Doc. He wants you to know that you're a douchebag grifter, and it's ironic seeing you talking about vet bro grift when you are the poster boy for it. I need to tell you that a real doc said he can eat a wiener. He got his handed to him by Owen Schroyer. He blocked me like a wuss for calling him weak. No surprise from an 18 Delta, though. Bottom of the totem pole for soft medics. Sua Sponte, Ranger lead the way. Doc.
I blocked that douchebag because he would come on every post and be like, it's because you're a Jew, an Israeli shield, just over and over again. And I was just like, big on peasant. Get out of here, you little whatever you
Smite.
are. Hey, guess what, dude? Eat a whole bag of dicks. I don't even care that you exist, and I'm never going to think of you again. Boop.
But you remember him now. He's in your brain. He's living there rent free. I just had to.
He's gone. Who are we talking about now? Who are we talking about?
He's in my comment section all the time.
Some dude that had a shorter tab than I did. That's fine.
Allegedly, according to his profile.
Right.
Well, and look, I don't care, man. I do block parties all the time between the bots, the sock puppets. If you wouldn't just get down in my comments and constantly just say ad hominems, you don't have I will sit there and debate with you, talk with you, as long as you have a logical argument. I will discuss it with you. If you're just going to call me a shill and I get $7,000 and all the things block. I don't remember you ever again, and I couldn't care less if you get butt hurt that I blocked you. Don't care. Don't have time for it. Talking with me is I won't say it's a privilege, but I'm not going to waste my time on a bunch of retards. I'm just not.
Yeah. So the funny thing is when I was
responses.
When I was a smaller account, that dude would come in my spaces all the time and beg to come up, and he would come and talk. I mean, he's not whatever. He's a Ranger medic, he's got some knowledge on certain things. He would talk, and then he completely fell for the whole Jews are the evil thing, and that's literally, if you go look at his timeline, this is another reason I block him. If I go to your timeline and the top 10 posts you have are all about how much you hate Jews and how bad Jews are, like there's no conversation we're going to have where you are going to seem intelligent. So there's no point in me even like going on with this. So I just block and move on, dude. And that's what he became. And I mean, good for him, bro. Have fun hating the Jews. I hope it works out really well for you. I'm sure it's going to be real great. You know, do your thing, bro.
Well,
use your
There's
real
some
name.
timeless wisdom in 2 Timothy that says, don't get involved in foolish and stupid arguments because it just harms the people who listen.
My real name's Chase. So cool.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
People know who you are.
I thought he was saying I thought that was a comment from that you were reading.
No, not you.
Like
No.
I have been doxxed. People already know this. Anthony Aguilar doxed me, so it's fine. You know, here we are. It's not a big deal. Whatever. Life goes on.
Well, gentlemen, it has been a night. It has been lovely, and I appreciate you for hosting it. I appreciate you guys all for showing up as well. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, no, it was great. Thank you guys. We really appreciate that. Anybody else? Again, I'll stay and go through some super chats. You guys are welcome to stay. If you guys got any additional words, send it.
One last comment though, like I almost feel like this might need to be either a weekly or a monthly meeting that we all have to have in order to just go over all of the crap that's out there. I'm just going to throw that out there as a suggestion. Somebody might want to run a poll. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there.
I don't care what you think. Let's do it every 2 weeks. Let's pick a date that works for everybody and do it every 2 weeks. And I know not everybody will be able to make it every time, but maybe like, you know, the 15th and 30th of every month or something like that, except for February. You know, so I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah. No.
All right, gentlemen.
Well, you guys are great. It's a pleasure to get a chance to spend time with you.
Yeah, it was great talking to you. Great getting to know you a little bit, Chuck. Thank you very much.
Sure thing. Anytime.
Sweet. All right, I'll go through some super chats here. Here's a good one, actually. There's no Israel in India yet. Pakistan has like the most terrorist groups of any country. No Israel in Nigeria yet. Look how many are over there. And look who is the biggest purveyor of terror over there, and that is Islam. Just some facts. Just some hard-hitting facts that nobody likes. What's going on with the scientists that have been offed? David Willick seems to have gotten close in reports of a homicide a day after his post on the dead scientist. So Ashton Forbes and I have been covering the story way back before it was cool, before it was national. He's done more research than I have on it, but I plan on having him on again to discuss this. We have more information now. We know it's up to about 11 different scientists that have gone missing or killed. I don't think that's a coincidence. So we've talked about it. We'll plan on talking about it some more. Gentlemen, you guys got any comments on that one?
No, I honestly haven't looked into that one a whole lot, so I don't have.
Yeah, I haven't actually researched on that personally.
So these are all scientists that are attached to basically UAP and or classified propulsion systems. It gets pretty wild. My suspicion is that it's either China or Russia, but could be the U.S. too. I heard the same speech from the lefty saying everything is over if they lost 2022. This isn't to claim that what y'all are saying is false, just that it points out how far apart we're getting in the U.S. Well, I'll tell you, if Trump continues his agenda and we get some Republicans that aren't complete wusses and get, like, for instance, the SAVE Act passed, which I do think needs to happen, it will be over for the lefties. And everything that we just talked about and where the PSYOP is pushing is to, again, make sure that we lose the midterms and then we lose 2028. And I don't see how we can reconcile between the left and the right after that. And I think it will end up leading to a civil war and God knows what else. But I think I genuinely believe that. That being said, I think the perception that we have on social media, especially on X, is very different from reality, right? Like when we actually look at some of these polls, the vast majority of MAGA is still on board with Trump, still support Trump. The overwhelming majority of Republicans actually support the Iran war. The overwhelming majority of Republicans don't think that Israel and the Jews are the devil. So I think we get this false perception and a little bit of doom and gloom because all the doomers and black pillars on X pushing messaging. But I don't think that's reality. And I think our chances are better than we think to win the midterms. You guys got anything to add to that?
I think the important thing to remember, though, is that, as long as like constitutional conservatives are, which there's not a lot of them, let's say that, but just people that are going to uphold the Constitution, the left, all that is rhetoric from them. That's all fake. Nothing, their lives are not actually in danger. None of their rights are actually in danger. They claim a lot of things as rights that aren't actually rights, right? Yeah. So like the right to bear arms, that's a right. The right to free speech, that's a right. The right to abortion, that is not a real right. That's a fake right. That's something they've made up and they've turned it into a talking point. So there's a lot of that going on. And so they'll say that stuff. But from our standpoint, if they pack the courts, if they open the borders again, and then they try to take guns and they try to do things that are against the Constitution, that's what we're worried about. And that's where the diorama becomes just a little bit different. And I think it's important to understand that they're going to whine and they're going to cry, but at the end of the day, they're not actually going to lose anything. They're just going to lose the ability to change the way that our country actually operates. And that's it. Yeah. That's the main thing.
They're going to lose the ability to destroy this country, put it further in death, and to undermine and erode the Constitution. That's what they're going to lose, and they're afraid of it. Just like Jay said, they think it's a right to health care. They think they have the right for the government and us taxpayers to pay for their sex change operations. They think they have a right as a man, a biological male, to go into a female bathroom. Like, those aren't rights. Those aren't real. GFYS. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, and I think bottom line, unfortunately, and if anyone's ever read The Naked Communist, I think that is just, we're just playing directly. Like it's unreal of how, I think what was it, 42, 72 talking points. I don't remember exactly how many points it was that every single one of them, Bezmenov talked about it in depth. And it's just, it's embarrassing and scary how well their plan worked against us. And this is back in the 60s, and it just gets better and better. And, and they want closer and closer to socialism, to communism, and it's just we got to do what we can to get to go against it. And it's just it gets harder and harder as we go along.
Yeah, if you're truly a conservative and you're buying into this nonsense, and you know how hate Trump and you think Israel is running the world, like, just know that you've fallen for the dumbest propaganda. You've been tricked. That's just a fact, and whether you want to accept it or not is up to you. Is there a difference between Muslims and the Islam Brotherhood? Actually, that's backward. Islam and Muslim Brotherhood. I understand that Islam are the radicals, but don't they all believe the Quran? I think this is also another fallacy, right? There is no difference. Ultimately, Islam is a conquering, totalitarian, authoritarian theocracy that wants to dominate the world. There is no room. There is no tolerance. Ultimately, once they get into power, as a minority, they will sit there and they will claim the minority and, oh, we're nice, we're peaceful. Look at every place where Muslims are the majority. You have Sharia law in place. All you got to do is go to Dearborn and parts of Texas where they have taken over. Sharia law, like, they don't even believe raping a non-Muslim is a real crime. Perfectly acceptable, amongst a lot of other things that are absolutely insane. It is incompatible with any civilized civilization or society here in the United States or anywhere. Look what they're doing to Europe. Folks, don't fall for this. It is all evil, period. That's what I think.
Look at that. Look at what I just shared. So this is all conquered territory by Islamic regimes.
Hold on. Let me remove this. This one? All right.
Yep. So that's just in the 7th and 9th century. That's what they conquered by the sword. This wasn't your, like the trade
routes,
expansions of Indonesia and some of the Asian territories that switched to Islam just because of the massive trade that was happening. This whole area here was conquered by the sword, and you were either killed, exiled, or forced converted. So and if you stayed and you were non-Muslim, you paid a jizya tax, and you were a dhimmi, which is a second-class citizen. You couldn't serve in government. You could never move outside of the position that you were in at that point. So if you were a a farmer or whatever peasant, whatever you were at that point, your family could never get outside of that unless you converted to Islam. And so this is the reason why all of these areas don't allow what's the DNA testing that everyone makes that thing about Israel. You can get it in Israel. You can't get it in any of these areas. You can't get it in Turkey because they don't want everybody to know that they aren't actually Arabs. They aren't actually any kind of Middle Eastern descent at all. They're all Christian, and like for like Turkey especially, that's all Greek and Anatolian. And so all of these people, like, they have these heritages that were completely erased by Islam, which is insane. So yeah.
And just look at what's going on in Africa right now, folks. I mean, we have actual genocide. Hundreds of thousands of Christians are being killed all over Africa right now. So wake up.
And, you know, it kind of like what you're saying about, like, they had to pay the tax or convert, you know, in the Quran, the punishment for apostasy, which is if you're a Muslim and then you leave the religion, that's apostasy. So the punishment for that is death. And you're talking about the jizya tax. That's not so much even, I mean, just for if anyone doesn't know, that's not just like what those leaders did, our leaders, say they're Christian, and then we do a bunch of other different stuff. That is in the Quran. I think it's Surah 929, where it says that the non-believers must pay a jizya tax, and so it's in their doctrine, it's in the Quran, and it's the. I wouldn't say so much it's radical Islam. It's just it's unfortunate the way it is, but it's in the Quran, it's in the Hadith. That they're just following the word of the book, which they believe is God.
Yeah. Wake up, folks. VFT and Anthony Aguilar are best friends. What a joke. I mean, again, Nate hangs out with the craziest people, period, between pushing just lies and conspiracy theories to the racist tropes against Israel.
Well, and do you remember when Anthony Aguilar first came out? He went on Tucker. Me and Matt and Nate got on and talked about how Anthony Aguilar was lying. We went through the whole thing, and Nate was 100% behind the fact that Anthony Aguilar was a liar and that he was a piece of crap and that he was fired and all this stuff. He's 100% on board with that. And then as all his stuff started moving even more and more and more towards Candace and all them, then all of a sudden, a month ago now, he has Anthony Aguilar for like a 5-hour love fest where they just like galls each other the whole time. It was I couldn't even watch. Dude, I tried to watch like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, these are the two stupidest Green Berets that I've ever seen in my life talking about shit right now, and it just hurts my brain. It hurts it.
Yeah, it's disappointing to say the least. Fun fact, 9 to 10% of babies born in the U.S. in 2023 had at least one illegal immigrant parent. 81.7% of them, both parents were illegal. And every single one of those babies born, folks, those are almost guaranteed, probably 80+% are going to be a Democrat voter. And when we have, 20 years from now, just if we don't let any other immigrants in, when we have 20 to 30 million immigrants that have come in, and you figure they have 2 to 4 children each, again, we're talking 80 to 100 additional million voters that are going to be voting for Democrats. And there's no way to win an election because Americans aren't having babies anymore.
Hey, guys, I'm going to have to get off here. I really appreciate you having me. I hope I provided a little bit of insight, man. It was really nice talking to y'all.
You too, Alice. Do it again soon, bud. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate y'all.
All right. And now there's 2. We had 3 quitters.
And we're the last 2. My baby's gonna wake me up early in the morning, but you know what? I'm gonna be up anyway, so it don't matter. So it'll be fine. It'll be good.
Matt K. Actual says, unfortunate time discrepancy for the text message narrative. He said Tyler arrived just before 9. Documents show 10 p.m. kind of all over the place. No, that's not true. What they say is that he was actually arrested around 10 p.m. and that's one of the documents. Just like what the sheriff said, he wasn't under arrest. He was sitting I don't even know if they read his Miranda rights. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But the fact is he was sitting in that office, and I don't think he was officially arrested till around 10:46 p.m. And then the next day when he was actually the actual, and I showed these documents before, it was like 8 a.m. on the 12th that he was officially arrested. And then later on that night, and Andrea Burkhart talked about this as well. So it's not just me, it's a lawyer as well. And then later on that night at 6:25 p.m., he was sat down for his first interrogation. And yes, they're going to re-Mirandize him right there on video. That's normal. For a lawyer like Baron Coleman to sit there and say, this is the first time he was arrested, and it was actually on the 11th at 6:25 p.m., it is bonkers. It's dumb. It's low information stuff. And what they're trying to do is they find an information gap. They know you're gullible. They're going to fill that information gap with a bunch of nonsense. And because you're gullible and you trust them and you like them, you're going to believe it. And there you go. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a legal immigrant, by the way. I love this country. That's why I don't want Dems in power, because America won't survive with socialism and open borders. You're a smart man. We love that you're here, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Trying to
Chuck. I think he's talking about Ritter.
Really?
We were talking about
Really
Chuck?
is. Absolutely. Philip Escobar, thank you, Gary, and panel for fighting for the truth. You're welcome, man. That's what we're here to do. I've got a Sporterized 98 from the Bulge. That's awesome. Virginia is lost. Race called redistricting. Unfortunate. Another law that they just passed. Not only did they just pass some of the most insane gun legislation in the country, they're right there with Maryland, New York, and some of the other ones. But on top of that, they also just stated they passed a law. I need to look into it, make sure I'm saying this exactly right. But essentially, their electoral votes will go to, as I understand it, somebody correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, their electoral votes will go to whoever wins the popular vote in the country, not even in Virginia. I could be wrong. Maybe it's Virginia, but either way, it's not good. And you know what they're trying to do.
Trump still would have won the last one with that law.
Well, typically, Republicans don't win the popular vote. That's the problem.
You're right. You're right. Ugh.
There's big money behind pushing certain narratives. Valhalla VFT is borderline brain rot. I think we're past the borderline.
Yeah.
It is intentional lies, intentional propaganda.
It's engagement metrics. You get metrics immediately, right? So you post something, and within a few hours or a few minutes, right, you know immediately how well that post is doing based on all that stuff. So I'm not saying he's captured by anything else, but he's definitely at least captured by that.
Look, he's captured by his audience. For sure. We were supposed to do a whole nother thing on Mitch Snow, and he got so hammered in his comment section. I called him the next day, and he's like, I'm not doing it. This is my livelihood now. I don't want to do it. Like, well, then the truth doesn't matter. What matters to you is clicks, views, engagements, and, grow a spine and say the truth, even if I don't care what my audience thinks. I'm going to tell you what I believe, period. And I would literally die before I took $1 billion to say one thing different than what I believe. And I mean that.
Yep.
So, any part of the rifle can be made in the U.S., either manual machine to 3D scanned or either CNC machined or 3D printed. People like Ian, that was a pizza delivery guy and graduated to a desk jockey, don't get it. Yeah. I'm honestly asking WTF over. I don't know what you mean. Thanks, Steph. Yeah, folks, make sure, by the way, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe. Make sure you guys, down in the description below is all the links to social media accounts of everybody that we had on the panel, including Chase. He puts out a lot of great content on X, so make sure you go follow him for sure. And then if you want to support us, we have memberships on our YouTube channel, and then we also offer subscriptions on X. It's a couple bucks a month, and I know Chase does the exact same thing. So, if you want us to stick around, support us. I don't know what to say. The other thing that really helps us is sharing our content. And I know that's like pulling teeth from conservatives. I don't know why. They'll give you $1 million in super chats, but it's and I suffer from that too. Isn't that have you been there, Chase, where it's like, I believe everything this and I want to share it, but I don't know. There's this weird resistance to sharing content. But if everybody, we got 8,000 people, and that's across all the platforms right now that are in here right now. If everybody shared this content, again, that would double.
Yeah, it'd be huge.
It'd be huge.
Huge.
So,
and I mean, I'm the same way you are. I'm never one. I want my house that my kids can grow in, and just to go out on the lake, and that's my life, dude. And then I want to share the truth with people. And I'm going to do that through my own subscribers and my own people that just trust me and are going to pay for that voice. I'm never going to take money from anybody else. I'm never going to do any of this nonsense that everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
And so, you know, supporting us in that way is the way that we're able to do this. And so, yeah, absolutely.
And it incentivizes us to keep going. And I hate to say that to some extent, but like, I would literally be here if we had 5 people watching right now. That being said, you should, time after time after time, and you're losing subscribers, or you only have 5 viewers. It's like, I could be doing something else. I mean, it's just a fact, folks. So, you know, thank you all for your service to this country. I'm glad to hear voice of reason rather than the slop of misinformation that's out there. I appreciate that. Oh, I redid that one for some reason. What just happened? Yeah, I got that one already. This whole thing jumped on me. So please explain how he disassembled, changed, reassembled, and hid in the bushes in the video of him jumping off the roof. He had nothing. We've covered this 100 times. All he did was reassemble. He never disassembled the rifle. That's nonsense. That's not what happened. He reassembled the rifle. I've covered. I'll share a picture for you.
He has the rifle jumping off the roof. You can see it.
Does. And it's weird to me that like people can pixel peep and find anything except for the obvious truth. But I will put up the photos, and me and Gray Hughes just did a long video on that you can check out. So, you know, we've covered this. We've covered this ad nauseum.
I don't even know how many times.
Yeah. Like it's
when I see a picture and I can like see the rifle, I don't have to revisit that again and like ask that same question. I don't understand what's wrong with people. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Don't know what to tell you. Anyways, I'll post it in a minute. But he had the rifle. There's explanations for all that. Absolutely true. Thank you, Anna Garrett, Crispy 97075. Thank you very much, buddy. We appreciate you. I think that was on. Thank you, Chuck and panel of patriots. Thank you, Naked. Thank you very much. My era probably the same as TR's grandpa building a 30-06 on a World War II Mauser action was extremely popular. I had one years ago with a custom stock. There you go. Super sticker. Thank you very much, Ashley. Yes, I love it. Guys expose Valhalla VFT as the grifter that he is. You can literally see the classic Mauser leaf safety on the bolt. You can. We've seen the evidence of how built up their ballistic stockpiles were intended to defend their nuclear program. Yes. And also how they were secretly developing those ballistic programs to deliver nuclear warheads as well. Paying my penance for being mean to Nate all evening in the chat. Do Green Berets excommunicate their members in bad standing like the SEALs do? No,
it's just you're not excommunicating. You're just like everybody knows, and everybody's gonna like everybody knows. Like if I go talk to any other Green Beret who's like ever watched Nate, they're all gonna be like, "Yeah, what's up with that dude? That dude's weird." Like, you know, that's what the thing about it is.
And here's the wild thing. When I've talked about the ballistics or other aspects of this case, I get people in the comments, well, every other Green Beret says X, Y, and Z, or every other SOCOM guy says, I'm like, who? Like, I only know one Green Beret that disagrees with me. Every other Green Beret that I know on social media, and I'm sure there's probably some more, but I haven't seen them. Nate's the only one doing this nonsense. You just had, like, the other Green Berets I know from social media, or Chase, he agrees with me. Al, he agrees with me. Also a former sniper, freaking Matt Tardio, Green Beret, he agrees with me. Now we got Chuck on here. Like every person, and by the way, all the Green Berets and special operators I know, whether they were SEALs, MARSOC, or whatever else, I've talked to them. We're all on the same page. It's just like these one or two people that are very prolific and you know, tell people that they're ballistic experts so they can get on a lot of different shows, and you know, we'll literally have on anybody that's going to give them more views, like Ian Carroll, who is wildly popular. I don't know. Maybe it's all bots. I don't know. But, I mean, he is convincing and compelling, unfortunately. And he sat there.
They are botted.
Yeah, they're definitely botted. But, you know, he sat there and said with a lot of confidence, oh, this is a made-up photo. This is a stock photo. They never actually showed it. You know why, you know? Because it has a composite stock. That is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. That's literally like saying that's not a real C10 Chevy 1965 truck because look, it looks completely different. It's got a suspension. It's a different color. got different rims. It's the dumbest thing, but people fall for it.
Yep.
Because they say
it's like I had a lady the other day. She's an investigative journalist, and she was like, she was saying that all the Charlie Kirk assassination leads back to Fort Bragg. And that's the conspiracy. That's where it comes. Do you remember that?
It was
Did you see that?
laissez-faire. So
yeah,
great story.
Yeah.
Laissez-faire. So I think I actually had a phone call with her. I gave her my number. She was saying a bunch of things, and I was like, no, that's not correct. It was either a phone call or maybe we had it on space. I don't remember. But I literally sat and answered every single question. I was like, hey, I was at, she asked me what I did. I was like, hey, I was at Fort Bragg training. I was a Green Beret. Then I went to first group, and then I got out. I took a training job. I was an instructor teaching tactics for, a federal agency. I was a third-party contractor. I was never even a direct hire. So next thing I know, she's posting like, I know Gary Melton is part of PSYOPs because I go to the Fort Bragg website and I see PSYOPs on the front page. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about, lady. It is so dumb. I was there to earn my Green Beret. I was not like, that's a whole different job. And by the way, we don't conduct psychological operations in the U.S. military and by the the psychological operations that they do is like leaflets, playing music real loud. Like,
yeah, dude, that's what people think that the PSYOP unit is just this group of these just like the coolest like hackers that can they're Jedi mind tricks and stuff. And I'm like, bro,
everybody.
Yeah, like they, what they do? You know what PSYOPs does really, really well at? PMISI. PMISI A-scope. That's what they do really, really well with. And if you don't know what that is, just type in, I don't even know the whole, it's PMISI, PMESII, whatever, A-scope. If you type that into Google, you'll see that it's a breakdown of like a country, like from all the different aspects. They do that really well. It's great.
They do
but that's about it.
They do a lot of great analytics on a country so that you can see where you
That's
can.
not about it.
Yeah, like
they do other things too. I'm gonna get a PSYOPer.
I'm joking around for the PSYOPers out there. I'm not throwing shade at you, but you guys know what you do and what you don't do. And this whole thing is not it. The PSYOP is coming from the other side, folks. The PSYOP is coming from the conspiratards and Candace freaking DEI queen of conspiracy, making the National Enquirer look like, I don't know, Encyclopedia Britannica.
How do you hate Jews and Zionists so much that you hire the biggest Zionist law firm in the country to protect you, or to defend you?
You know why she did it? Because she can't win that case, so when she does lose, she can still blame the Jews. That's what it's about.
You're right. And she's still going to pay them millions. They were probably like, you know what? You can blame us all you want. You're going to pay us millions of dollars for this, so whatever.
She's like, fill up my small hat with money.
Oh, dude, it just blows my mind.
It is. If y'all ain't seen Matt's Israel debate with Valhalla, it was awesome. Destroyed the dude, made him look stupid again. Yes, I did watch that entire thing, and the cognitive dissonance by freaking Nate's supporters down there, like, oh man, freaking Nate, he just outwitted him. He's playing 4D chess with Matt, like zero facts, all feeling all bullshit. It was.
It's the same thing. Like when I went on with Owen Schroyer, like you can't argue in good faith with people who are going to lie, and who are going to discount everything that's actually factual to what you say. He even admitted he didn't know anything about war or about strategy of war and everything. And I was like, so then why are you even talking about this right now? And he's like, well, I know politics though. And I was like, okay, well, so then he just circular arguments, and they go back to the same thing. The second you offer them like truth, they were like, well, that comes from the government, so that's false information, and we know that's false. And you're like, okay, well, there's no actually having a conversation with you people.
No. The only thing that it does is for the reasonable among us, it highlights the logical fallacies that they operate under. Like I think that's when they sit there, and I had a debate with Zach. I can't even think of his last name at the moment, but he's like, yeah, we know that the Egyptian plains land, these military contractors got off, and there was like 6 of them. I was like, how do you know how many there were? How do you know they were military contractors? Like, you need to give me some. First of all, I'm going to assert that that's a lie until I have evidence until you can tell me
Right.
that those were military contractors. Because the only person that said that story at all was Candace Owens. We don't even know it's true. We have no evidence of it. And then his reply is, well, prove that they weren't. Like,
Right.
you're the one making the allegation. You said that these military, like, prove that they exist, A, and then number two, prove that they're a military contractor. And then when you're done proving they're a military contractor, prove that they are some sort of assassins, because there's like, I don't know, 300 different MOSs in the military. They could be freaking wheel mechanics or plane mechanics or electricians. Like, they could be military contract, but you can't even give me any evidence that they exist, that they actually stayed at some hotel, and that you can't tell me the number of them. And you can't prove that they're military contractors. Like, where does that come from? It comes out of the ether.
Yeah.
So that's what it does.
And someone in the comments was just like, you should definitely trust the government, bro. Like, I'm not telling you to trust the government on everything, but public open source financial information that they have to publish is real. Because if they lied about that and then it got in, and then like an independent reporter or somebody found that out and then like exposed them, they would like it. You know, do you understand how silly you sound right now? Like, yes, the government has lied to us before, and certain officials in the government have lied to us before. It doesn't mean every single thing that the government puts out is a lie.
Then
like, why is this?
Like, if that's your argument, then let everybody in prison out of prison, because the government lied, put them all in prison. Like, it's you go. Sometimes the government, like, you know who else lies a lot more than the government? If freaking podcasters and Podcastistan over here and social media freaking personalities, they lie 10 times more than the government does. And what you need to do to figure this out, because the government will lie to you, is you go with what is evidence, what evidence you have, and you go stick with that. Don't say, I want to believe this podcaster because I like them, I trust them, they wear a green beret, they were in the military, or whatever other thing that you buy into them for. Like, just go with evidence, and you almost will never be steered wrong. VOA is the only way to negotiate with sandal people. This is the way. Booger eaters, all of them.
Booger eaters.
Can we get you gents together again at least once a month? Great panel and show. Yeah, I think like doing something like this every 2 weeks, just to link up and look, and that's the cool thing. I like Chase, you cover different things than I do. There's always this overlap between all of us. So not like we decided to divvy up how we're going to cover things, but you cover different things. Matt covers different things. Chuck covers different things. Al covers different things, and getting this together and just kind of syncing up and seeing what, and also like this is an opportunity to challenge one another. Like if suddenly I'm believing some BS, you can call me out on it and tell me why I'm wrong, and the same thing with you. And that's what I miss about one of the few things. Well, it's not one of the few things. One of the things I do miss about being in the military is how candid we could always be with one another. You can't do that. Like, you're a fucking retard, you're wrong, and here's why. And nobody's feelings are hurt. Nobody gets offended. But when I do that to my wife, it goes horribly.
No, you can't do that.
No.
Team room banter is just a little bit different than home banter.
The enforcer's not sure if y'all watch. I tried to get them to say my comment about Venezuela was great way for China to get rid of their Timu generals. Please watch the China show on Friday at 5. All right. Naked, thank you very much. Combat engineers lead the way. Tip of the spear. They were never at the tip of the spear. I never saw them on an objective with me. I'll be honest with you.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying combat engineers aren't necessary for
you need a hoot belt,
but
just messing with you, Devin. Thank you for your service, buddy. We appreciate you. Combat engineers, I'm sure they're very.
It's all in good love. It's all in good love of the service members.
Yep. Gents, really wish I could speak on this current topic. You're absolutely in my forte now, Matt, and I actually think it's time to get in touch. Agree on the gentleman's point. It was an easy mode shot. Understatement. Yeah. Look, I recreated this shot standing offhand at a 30% plate. All right. 140 yards with a magnified optic in the prone. I could take anybody out there. Anybody short of like Michael J. Fox, I can get you down in the prone, get you in a steady position, and you'll be able to pull the trigger and hit a man-sized target at 140 yards. Nothing hard about it.
Nope.
Thank you very much, Cindy. We appreciate you. Funny that all the shills like Tucker Carlson, Can't Dance, Owens, Philip DeFranco, CNN, major media take marching orders directly from watching RTTV and other shills than riding the trend wave. Absolutely.
I mean, if RT's retweeting you, like you're doing something wrong, you know?
Sure. I'm having difficulty wrapping my mind around the ballistics here. Seeing 30-06 go through Cape Buffalo neck and remove neck bone, thick hide and neck. Yeah, sure. Look, depending again, like I guarantee you chose a correct round for that. You probably had a bonded round for that. It was probably 180 grain plus. Like there's like when you look at the array of different ammo options for 30-06, from low recoil and soft point to bonded ammunition that's specifically made for penetration, do you really think you're going to get the same exact terminal ballistics every single time? Like you don't think there's going to be a huge difference? That's why, like, they make varmint ammo. I mean, that's one of the why 30-06 lasted so long in the United States, even amongst all these other cartridges. It was so versatile, and it still is. And weird things happen with ballistics. That's a fact. You're talking about so many variables. Even like, you know, again, I used this example just the other day. Like, we had match grade 6mm Creedmoor ammo that we purchased, and a student was shooting it in like every 20th round. This was Hornady match ELDM. Like every 20th round or so would, like, we were missing it, and then I realized it was just exploding about 50 yards in front of the whole round was just coming apart, turning to dust like 50 yards. So there's so much variability. And then on top of that, we don't know what the condition of the rifle is. We don't, like, there's so many things that we don't know. And to say that you're going to get the same terminal ballistic results because of what you were shooting at a Cape Buffalo, you know, it's just not.
Yep.
You know, again, like there's controversy around Martin Luther King, but no one has ever. I looked through all the documents, and this is one of the first things that I went to, because I said the same thing. Like, as someone that teaches ballistics, the least studied, there's internal, external, and terminal ballistics. There's 3 types of ballistics. The least studied portion of that is terminal ballistics. Like, we don't study that. There's not a lot of documentation. A lot of the stuff that people think they know is extremely anecdotal. And so when you actually start studying that, even I was surprised. Somebody brought it up in the chat. I'm like, yeah, you know, it's really unlikely that, you know, a 30-06 didn't have an exit wound. And then somebody mentioned Martin Luther King. I went and studied that. And I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. It's half the distance, very similar wound track, very similar results. And then I started looking at more and more and more. And you start digging into the terminal ballistic effects of 30-06 and other 30 caliber rounds. And you'll find out that it's just not as uncommon as you think for a man to be shot with a high caliber rifle, and it not exit. And especially once you get into soft point ammo and some of these other ammo options, you know, I mean, it is what it is.
A lot of these people just never hunted.
Yeah, like, it's going to be proven. It is a 30-06. I don't care if it was 1 in 10 million chance that it didn't exit. It like, Tyler Robinson shot this guy. All the other evidence says it is. If I had a stack of 10 million cards here, and I pulled one of them, they're all different. I pulled one. It's like, oh, that's 1 in 10. That's the one I pulled, man. And that's what happened with this. I mean, all the evidence, there's no evidence to suggest anything else.
Yep.
What about a match projectile? No, Remington has some. Also, the projectile hitting the artery would cause a projectile expand like shooting water, but thicker. Yeah, so I don't think it was a match projectile. Most of the match projectiles aren't made to expand. That's not what they're designed for. They're closer to a full metal jacket. Some will have a Botel hollow point, but that hollow point has nothing to do. It's not like a hollow point in 9mm. What that does is that's to increase the ballistic coefficient. It creates a low pressure area in front of the round. So it's a very small hollow point on the end. That's what it does. It will potentially help it expand depending on how it hits, but it's just not meant. That is not a feature built for expansion. It's built for precision and repeatability. It's nice to listen to people that know what they're talking about.
I like it.
Is taking likes, comments, and views from Chinese and Russia bot farms the same as taking money from an adversarial government to disseminate information for our foreign enemies like RGC, KGB, CCP? I mean, it kind of is, but the thing is, you may not even know it, right? And people get captured by the views. Like, I don't think you understand how easy that is. It's like if you, if suddenly you cover a topic and you get 5 million views, like, oh man, this is great. Everybody likes this. This was good content. You're going to continue to cover them. And that's what Candace Owens is doing. Like, that may be all fake, but number one, you're getting paid for those views. And on top of that, even if the other part of this is like, once you get certain views, let's say it's like the first million of your views are all bots. They're manipulating the algorithm because the algorithm is going to pick up on that and say, oh, a lot of people are watching this. And now the algorithm is being hijacked by bots, essentially. And now the algorithm is going to push your message because everybody likes it. I do think that Google is anti-American. I think they're 100% betting on a future Chinese dominance. They're socialists, they're communists, they're far less libs. I think that they build some of this stuff into their algorithm as well. It's definitely political. And I don't think they care about money. I really don't. I think it's ideology over money, and they know that they can push their ideology and people creating content that is destructive to the Trump administration, which everything that Candace Owens pushes, Baron Coleman, Ian Carroll, Valhalla, you name it. Now we got Alex Jones, unfortunately. Like, they're going to push that content because it, aligns with them ideologically. That's what it comes down to. The PSYOP is literally them trying to convince you that Israel didn't kill him. Okay. Good.
What?
Give me some evidence that Israel was involved.
What benefit? Like, I don't understand I just don't understand that even thought process. Like, how did Israel benefit from killing a non-political person who had zero ties to the government in the U.S. government? Like how do they benefit from that? That doesn't make sense to me.
And why would they do it? And most importantly, let's say they did. Let's say Israel wanted to kill Charlie Kirk. Why would they do it the way they did and risk so much?
Yeah,
it makes no sense. And then why haven't they killed Candace Owens? Why haven't they killed Ian Carroll? Why haven't they killed Tucker Carlson? Why haven't they killed every other person that's now jumping on the anti-Israel train? It's dumb.
Why didn't they kill Stu Peters years ago? He's been a Nazi for a long time.
Yeah. And look, this is one of the things I posted, and I hate, for the last 10 years, I've been called a Nazi on social media one way or another. And I hate saying it, but this is actually like the new woke right is literally pushing Nazi propaganda. Like, if you look at what the Nazis are saying and what they're saying, you can't differentiate between the two. It's literally the new Nazi party.
It's so bad. It's embarrassing. It's just so embarrassing that you guys fell for propaganda made for illiterate peasants. That's how dumb you people are. Like, that's it. That's the bottom line. That's how dumb you are. Ugh.
And it's embarrassing. And kind of the genesis of all this panel that we did tonight. It's embarrassing that people believe that all of SOCOM, because one or two freaking bad apples are saying it, and now it's like, oh, like, you're the one guy that's not saying it. Like, no, everybody that I know, I'm not going to speak for the regiment, but this guy sure as hell isn't speaking for us. I can tell you that right now, because every person I know that actually served and did the thing, like, this guy's an anomaly. Joe Kent's an anomaly. VFT is an anomaly. What Shawn Ryan's saying is an anomaly. And I'm sure there are other people out there that support them. Look, we are very diverse philosophically, politically, in special operations, the military in general. But man, I sure don't know anyone personally that's saying those. I mean, do you?
No, I don't know. It's very weird. It's very weird.
They will stuff IDs anywhere, bro. Death cult for sure. Agreed. Candy and Co. gave themselves over to lion spirits. The closer we get to Jesus' return, the more demonic activity there will be. Pray for discernment. Coach Kimberly Renee. Coach Kimberly, I like seeing you on, you're putting out some good stuff, and I always like seeing you over on X. So, number one, keep deadlifting. Number two, keep telling the truth. Yes, this is exactly right. This is a great point. He will not criticize the left. That is his audience now.
Yep.
They are
It is.
leftist crazies. While Israel does commit war crimes, the RGC only exists to commit atrocities. It's crazy that people take Iran's propaganda over supporting our own. I would challenge you, and Chase probably can do a better job than me. Like, they do some things that you may not agree with and don't understand the context, and maybe they have done some horrific things. I'll give you that. But like you said, what I know they do is they spend a lot of time, because they know they're under a microscope, just like the U.S. military. There are lots of Americans dead today. I've been in firefights where we're denied close air support because they're worried about collateral damage. And, you know, so like we risk our lives and put ourselves at great risk to mitigate any sort of collateral damage. And I know that Israel does it too. And there's always some bad apples out there, right? Like, there's guys that have done crazy things, like the jackass that was beating down the crucifix.
You gotta remember that dude was probably 18 or 19 or 20. He was probably a very young kid. And I mean, what 18 or 19 or 20-year-old hasn't done some stupid shit, especially when they're like deployed in an area where they could lose their life at any moment. You know, like just the mindset alone, like, don't, like, yeah, he did something stupid. He got in trouble for it. I'm pretty sure they've done something to two of them already.
Well, and on top of that, all of Israel, like the Israeli government, issued an apology for that whole thing.
Yes.
So, you know,
but to the war crime thing,
for every civilian target they hit, which is 90% of what they're shooting at.
Right. And to the war crime thing, one, define war crime for me and then show me an actual war crime, and then we'll talk about it and we can discuss whether that was a war crime or not. And two, the IDF did things in Gaza that we would never have done. Gary, have you ever heard of US forces ever doing a roof knocker, which is a small it's just a noisy explosive. It hits the top of a roof and makes a bang, basically like a firecracker, so it doesn't do any damage, but that allows all the people inside that building to know that they're about to hit that building. And they would do those so that civilians could get out, and they would put the message out through their human networks and say, hey, if you hear this hit the building, you need to get out. Don't tell any of the bad guys, but you need to get out so that you don't get killed, because we're about to bomb this building in the next minute or two, and give them enough time to get out. We never would have done that because, one, from a tactical standpoint, that's the stupidest thing you could do. You just alerted your potential targets that now you're about to hit them. Yeah. And now those HVTs that you might be trying to hit, you might not hit at all. And you just destroy a building for no reason. So, and people also don't understand that in the Israeli talks, whatever they call them, the tactical operations centers, when they're running operations, they have multiple human rights organizations there all the time, because you have to remember the Israeli government also has Muslims in it. It also has Christians in it. It's not just fully Jewish. It's not just like it's not ran like the Iranian regime is ran. It is a democracy, and it is ran similar. It's not the exact same as the United States, but it's ran similar to how the United States is ran. So there's scrutiny on it by different parties. There's all kinds of people always trying to push their way in. It's not just like some Israelis disagree with what other Israelis are doing. So there's all this scrutiny on everything that happens over there, and people don't realize that. They don't realize like the EHF with the UG Solutions stuff, with the Anthony Aguilar stuff. Their whole jock that they had set up had like 15 different NGOs involved, and they all had stations in that jock, and they're all seeing every aspect of what was going on in every operation that GHF and UG Solutions was doing the whole time. So they have 100%, like they can see exactly what's going on. If they were out there, if US contractors were out there murdering people, they would have known about it because they're human rights organizations, and they would have broadcasted that.
They would have propaganda the crap out of that.
Right. And so it's just like, and everyone in Gaza, I mean, you've been to places around the world. I've been into some of the poorest places in the world. You know what they all still have? Every single one of them, they all have cell phones with cameras and video cameras on them. And if something terrible was happening in Gaza, we would have more footage than we have of the Holocaust from Germany when they didn't have cameras, when no one had cameras on them, really.
Yeah.
Everyone does now, and we don't have that. You know what we have? We have clips of a video of someone shooting a machine gun off the screen that you can't see, and then a bunch of like people running away, and that's it. That's what we get. We get like all these kind of different things, or we get the aftermath of a bomb that went off somewhere, and they're like, "Look, this killed them," or so on and so forth. And I'm like,
look, they bombed an ambulance, and then like what you don't see is the fact that they were using like they do this all the time, folks. They put their own fighters. They carry weapons in ambulances. Like let's be overly critical. Let's say like 5% of the targets that we'll even say intentionally. Let's go crazy and say, Israel intentionally targets civilians 5% of the time. Well, you know what Hamas, Hezbollah does 100% of the time? They build their command and control. They put their weapons and munition bunkers and everything else in churches, schools, mosques, hospitals. They intentionally put all of these people in danger. That's what they do every single time. 95% of the time, it's going to be their tactics. It's what it's designed to do. And guess what? Even though they do that every single time, Israel goes to great lengths to still try to mitigate those losses. Even though, like, under the rules of war, you got a command and control center in an orphanage full of 5-year-olds. Like, technically, I can target that thing, right? And they don't. Yep. They don't. So, anyways,
if you wanted to go, like, this is one more thing, and then we can just move on, and we'll probably need to call it because I got to wake up in the morning. But go back to World War II. Go back to the Pacific Theater. And when we were firebombing Tokyo, we killed 100,000 people in Tokyo in less than 48 hours. The entire death toll that the Palestinian Authority gave us, that Hamas gave us from the Gaza war, which was a little over 2 years-ish, something like that, was 75,000. So they didn't even come close to what we did. And Israel has far better munitions now than we had in World War II.
Sure.
If they wanted to genocide people, they actually could have, right? So like, if we look at this with logic, and we look at this with reason, and we look at this with what like actually could have happened, then you can see the truth that like, oh, if they really want, there's 2 million people packed into an area that's actually smaller than Manhattan. And if they wanted to kill everybody in that area, they could have, and they didn't. So why are we even talking about it?
Ian built an AI agent for the Epstein files. Yeah, what has he produced? Has he produced anything actionable on it? Like, I don't even trust anything built. So I think it's like any AI engine that Ian builds, he's going to put it in a query, and what it's going to spit out is it's the Jews every time. Yeah. That's what his AI is going to do. Jews, so tiring. I 440.9 kilograms at 60% by June 13, 2025. U.S. bombing June 22nd, 2025. Witkoff, 460 kilograms at 6%. Said March 3rd, 2026. Tulsi, March 18th, 2026. I don't know exactly what you're saying, but I do see that we're going up in numbers and freaking enriched uranium. Gifted 5 Paramount Tactical members. Thank you, CJ. We love you, buddy. Awesome panel to drop in on. Thank you. Can you guys explain the Shawn Ryan flip? I bought his damn shirts and hat, and now they're in a box in the garage.
Money comes with strings, man.
Yeah, look, I actually like Shawn Ryan, and I don't, unlike Joe Kent and Valhalla and some of these other ones, I'm not convinced that he's insincere. I think the problem with Shawn Ryan, he may have done too many drugs in his past. The other thing too is like, it appears to me every time I watch one of his shows, whoever's in front of him can convince him of anything. I don't care if it's alien bases on the Antarctica, whatever it is. And like, they can be completely competing ideas. He'll have a show with one guy and he'll convince them that the Jews are the worst things ever. Which, by the way, you can go back. There's a lot of Shawn Ryan episodes where that comes up, and he's like, "Yeah, that whole Israel's team." Like he's talked against these same ideas. I don't know, man. I think somebody's in his ear talking to him, and I think he is a little bit more impressionable than he should be.
I think just when these people get, and Shawn Ryan, I don't think he's different. So I've had conversations with Shawn a couple of times. I don't have any like animosity towards the dude.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't like the stuff he's putting out now.
Yeah.
And I think what happens is that you get this big show, you get a producer, and you get you get money involved. And I'm not saying that that's even like money that is nefarious or foreign or anything like that. I'm not implying that at all about Shawn Ryan. Like I want to be clear about that. But anytime you add a studio, right, or somebody who is now has a bottom line invested into your, the next show that you're going to do, and then the follow-on shows that you're going to do, they're going to have say in what you're putting out and what you're doing. And I just think that that's what's happened. I think that now they were like, do you want this show to be massive? Do you want to be one of the biggest shows in the nation? Then you're going to do some of these things because that's what the metrics want, and that's what the people want to see. And then that's what we're going to push.
And I think it's important to understand, like, they don't present it like that, right? They're going to present it in a much nicer package. Like, hey, man,
right.
The Jews are really doing this thing, and this is like, we need to talk about this. The other thing too is like, once you get to a platform as big as Shawn Ryan's, and if we ever get big, I hope I stay grounded and I stay immune to this and all these other things. But like, also, once you have influence, you're going to get a lot of people in your ear telling you a lot of things, and probably 80% of it's BS. And if you're easily influenced by people that intentionally target you and become friends with you and want you to push a certain message, it's a dangerous combination. And look, this is what I was talking about earlier too. Like, stop racking your brains, folks. I had to like, this is, again, it's a mental discipline. I just sit for hours. Why would Candace do this? Why is Tucker doing this? Why is Shawn Ryan doing this? Why is Valhalla? Like, who cares? You don't know. You're just going to sit there and like, you're never going to come up with any clear answers. All you're doing is just look at what they're saying, look at the trajectory of where it's going, and just call it out. Like, this is wrong. I don't care what your intentions are, good, bad, or indifferent. Like, what you're saying is, number one, a lie, most of it. And the other thing is, it's bad for this country. So I'm here to provide a counter voice. And more people got to do it. Like, that's the other thing too, is like, you can't just sit here and listen to me and Chase. Like, you guys got to get involved. Whether it's sharing our content's a great way to start. But the next thing you can do, like many people watching this right now, you should be producing content. You should be spreading this message. You can reach people that me and Chase can't. Like, if you're watching this right now, you probably have a calling to do something. And whether that's being a force on X, creating a YouTube channel, getting on TikTok, whatever it is, like, there's people that you can get involved locally with your local. Like, if you care about this country, folks, and you should, like, we're getting ready to lose our country. And the problem is that the left are outworking us. They're down in the comments. They're making new creators every day. They're doing all the things. They're fighting people in the comments. They're coming to Chase and I's comments and saying how much we suck and we need to stop and we should go do something else. Like, they're doing all those things. And you think, and they've learned social media, how it works, how to influence, and we're still sitting back like, how did this happen? Like, you guys got to get involved. This is the idea that you can just sit back, like we conservatives always done, is like, I'm just going to care about my family and I'm just going to, do my thing, and it's all going to work. No, you got to do more than just go vote. This is the battlefield. Understand your operational environment, and this is it. And you guys got to start working as hard as the bad guys, because they're winning. They're winning the information war.
Sadly, the left is already captured, right? So the left, they already have, the progressives took over the Democratic Party. There's no coming back for the Democratic Party. So they're already captured. They're gone, right? So what was the coalition? The only coalition that could defeat the Democratic Party, that was the right, the Republicans and MAGA together. And I know MAGA was this big tent. We brought some people in that maybe aren't conservatives and probably didn't 100%, shouldn't be in the movement necessarily if you want to really talk about it that way. But at the end of the day, they saw that and they saw the power that had. And that's why everything has shifted. That's why this propaganda has shifted to this singular focus of dividing the right. And they looked at it and they saw that evangelicals and the Catholics are a huge part of the right vote.
Yep.
And what those people all have in common is that they all support Israel. And so now they've attacked that main. So this, and Gary, you can back me up on this. When we look at a problem set, we look for the center of gravity. The center of gravity is the main factor of whatever you're looking at, whether that's a nation state, whether that's a compound, whatever it is, whatever the center of gravity is, that's what you're going to attack.
Yep.
And that's what they did. They found the center of gravity for the right, for the MAGA, for the conservative movement, and they started attacking it with endless propaganda. And they either captured, and I put a post about this before. There's three ways that you capture an asset. There's coercion, so that's by blackmail. Either you have something on them or whatever, coercion, or you just convince them that this is the way it has to be. There is compensation, which would be financial, right? Or there is you've ideologically captured them in that way. So you've convinced them that this is the real ideology.
Yeah.
And that's the way it works. And that's what they've done. And now this is the fight. And this is what we need everybody else to join in on. And this is why we need the people. Like, if you go listen to Shawn Ryan, that's fine. Go do that. But pick apart what is being said and actually research it, and then join the fight with us and be like,
folks. That's critical
Yes.
thinking. Like when Candace
Yes.
is telling you something like, does she actually have proof? She said she had receipts. I don't actually see any evidence of this. Critical, like, pick apart what me and Chase are saying. Go prove us wrong. Like, that's your job.
Yep. You got to join. You got to join up. And then you said a perfect thing, Gary, is that conservatives just want like what I would love more than anything else? I would love to build my house, I'd like 20 to 30 acres, build my little farm and my house, and I would just never leave there, and I would just do everything there, and I'd build my family, and I would homeschool. And that's my dream. That's all I want, right? And that's what a lot of conservatives want. But the reality of that is that is getting threatened by people that want to take over our country and do evil things and then stop us from doing that. So if you want this lifestyle, if you want this conservatism, the Constitution to continue, we have to fight for it, and we have to continuously keep fighting for it, because it's a maintenance process. It's not something we can just leave and it's going to be autonomously take care of us. We have to take care of the Constitution. We have to take care of our own country, and that's what we have to get out to people.
Couldn't agree more. You can tell the health of a country on how they treat the Jews. I agree with that. The League of Extraordinary Green Berets. Thank you. We need a census. San Fran has flipped the demographic. They have the first non-citizen elected to the head of election committee, Spanish Reconquista. Stephen Acante has gifted 5 Paramount Tactical memberships. I'm sure, Steve, you have hit the like button twice. He always says that. Hit it 3 times. I'm a woman. I remind Matt all the time too. Oh, thanks, MTX. Yeah, I always think you're a dude. You're gonna have to remind me again too. But I appreciate you. I always see you in the. You're always active in the chat, and we appreciate you, MTX, even if you are a woman. But I'll take being called a smart man. You're a smart woman. What is up Shawn Ryan's butt? We covered that. Super sticker, thank you very much. And guys, all your channels are not listed in the description. Can you please edit the description to include all your channels? I'm sorry. I apologize. Jen, fix that. You're fired. Rehired. Couldn't do it without her. Get the 5 Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you, Sarah Moxie. We appreciate you. We appreciate everybody that supports us. MTX, we don't believe the feds or in the influencers. You shouldn't. You shouldn't believe either one of them. You need proof. Proof is in the pudding. ID rifle diagram photo at the scene. Collect simple. Not sure 100% what you mean. Ben Dykes, thank you, buddy. Great show. The vet bros using the levers to destroy America is pitiful. Agreed. For science, could you make a shape charge? One of the things I've been thinking about doing is I actually have some additional road mics. I know this has been a big thing. Look, the idea, if this is what we're talking about, number one, the idea that the road mics, if this is why you're asking, were some sort of miniature shape charge. I've done a lot of explosive works. I know Chase has done too. You still can't get around basic physics. You can't create enough force to kill a man with an explosive microphone and not even so much singe, burn, or damage his white t-shirt. And by the way, we got enough footage from the side now to where you can see this disruption happen, energy transferred, and the weak little magnet that holds the mic in place is still in place after it's all said and done. So it is the dumbest of the theories. It defies physics altogether. And I have been thinking about kind of gutting one of these mics and making some type of charge. My only problem is I think that will be, I don't want the ATF showing up at my door, especially given that I have a gun shop. So I think that may be problematic.
Yeah. Maybe no, never mind. You don't want to talk to the ATF if you don't ever have to. So
yeah, no, I want to stay away from them. To me, the enforcer show every night is risking our guys' lives overseas right now. It would be interesting to get a panel with the China show good dudes. I don't know the enforcer show. Do you know what he's talking about? I never heard of it.
The enforcer
I think he's
show.
talking about a podcast.
I don't know what that is. I'll have to look into it. Is it?
Did you see that Nate just recently had Professor Yang or whatever his name is?
Yes, dude. That dude is a Dugan CCP Dugan op. Like, what are you doing, bro? Oh.
Many Israelis went crazy after 10/7, according to my cousin who lives in Israel. It's like many have PTSD. The reason for the increased settler violence and unprofessionalism for the IDF. Like I would be too. I think we should have been more aggressive. Just the fact, if I was president, and there was like 100, there was a bunch of American citizens that were hostage. If I was president, the next day I would have 10,000 tanks. I would have all of our tanks lined up at the border, and I'd be like, "Hey, we're going to get our people back. I don't care what Israel does. If we don't get our people back in 6 hours, we are leveling everything. Everything." That's what I would do. So
I've told people my only critique on Israel and Gaza is that they weren't ruthless enough. Like, you don't understand, dude. Like if an equivalent attack would have happened on U.S. soil in that manner, from like, again, I pose this all the time. If Mexico had come in and or Mexico had been a violent state against us for a long time, right? And they sent militia forces in, murdered Americans in their own homes, raped their wives, killed their children, murdered them at concerts and at stores and in the streets, dude, Mexico would be gone.
Yeah.
Like, Mexico would no longer be a country.
And rightfully so. I mean, when you really think about that empathetically, and you sit and take the time to really put yourself in the shoes of Israelis, the amount of restraint that they have shown, I think, is pretty remarkable, to be honest with you. Because, and on top of that, add on the fact that for years and years and years, they've been getting rocketed. They've had suicide bombings. They've had terrorist attacks all the time. Like, you can't allow that to happen. Like, that just can't go on. And
people don't understand that, like, Israel, like every major city in Israel has bomb shelters strategically around the cities, and they'll have sirens go off all the time. And everyone has to drop what they're doing, and they have literally 30 seconds to get into a bomb shelter, or they could die because you don't know where that rocket's about to hit. You don't know where it's coming from, right? So imagine living that way. Imagine if you were in Austin, right, and you're just walking down the street and an alarm went off and you had to go run into a bomb shelter real quick. Americans, this is what pisses me off about all this.
By the way, it hits, like, these rockets actually hit your house and kill your citizens, kill people you know.
Right. Right. But even if they don't actually hit anybody, if Americans just had to run into a bomb shelter every single day because of rockets coming, they would be over it. People, like, entire nations would crumble because of it. Right. That's just the like, it just makes me so mad when people, like, you don't understand the world. at all, and you're sipping your Starbucks and you're on your Apple computer and you're sitting there and you've never had a hard day in your entire life, but you're like, the Jews, they're doing all the bad stuff. I'm just like, dude,
you're judging the military response to October 7th from the comfort of your computer while you've never seen anything like that. Never actually had to.
Yep.
You never had to realize something that horrific, and you want to sit there and be judgmental of somebody else that is their daily life, and they have friends, family members that are dead and or in captive at the time. It's a little disconnected from reality, to say the least. Matt K, actually, every Shawn Ryan episode ever, guest tells the dumbest, most obviously made up story. He says, "Wow, that's crazy," and gives him a cig and pot gummies. So just so you guys know, those gummies that he gives to, those aren't like CBD or anything. Like, they're just regular gummies, and people buy them all the time. They're like, I looked at, because I thought that's what they were too. I thought they were like the chewables or edibles. Gummies. Like, no, they're literally just gummy bears that he sells, which I think is kind of funny. Probably makes a ton of money doing it. But you're right. That's one of the things I've often laughed at Shawn. And again, I respect what he does and respect his, like, all this, like, he's done some cool stuff. I also, just like Chase, I don't have any ill will towards him, but he's like, he just respects. He's like, really? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my God.
He does.
Awesome. Like
I had a dude on.
He doesn't talk.
I had a dude on today that I disagreed with about he's into the whole Q thing, and I'm not I don't necessarily believe all that stuff. And I was like, well, I'm still a skeptic of that. I don't know that I believe any of that, and I might look into it a little bit more. But from what I've seen, I think it's probably just someone on Reddit just kind of like pushing some stuff, but. It is what it is, but like you have to push back a little bit. You're not always going to agree with everybody all the time, and Shawn, and that's like Shawn Ryan and Tucker, like they're not going to bring on somebody anymore that would ever be combative with what they're saying or would ever challenge anything that they've like pushed. Tucker Carlson, everyone that he has on from now on, that's a canned interview. They've already went through exactly what they're going to talk about, and that's all they're ever going to talk about, right? And so that's the thing, like if you're watching a show and they don't disagree about something, I mean, me and you have been on numerous shows, and there's been a few times you're like, no, I disagree with that. And I'm like, yeah, you're okay, cool,
Yeah, I mean,
it happens.
I mean, you're a socialist. I'm a conservative. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know about all that, but
dirty commie, you gun grabbing commie. Almost all the people that flipped were not conservative 15 years ago. Shawn Ryan selling dope in South America, conservative, really. Look, Trump brought a lot of people in his wake with him, and there was a lot of people that may have bought into it, but not totally, but also saw an opportunity. And I think that's like whether you're talking about Megyn Kelly, who was not a Trump fan, or Tucker Carlson and some of these other people. They like to be in two places. They're going to jump on board with whoever allows them on the inside. But the moment that they kick them from the inside, they turn into opposition. And so that's where the money's made. You're either on the inside team, close circle, or you're in opposition. And I think that's a lot of what these people are. And Tucker's a different case altogether. I think Tucker, for the first time, isn't grifting. That's what I think. Tucker was at Fox News. He was at, did some other things before that. Like his meal ticket was the conservative base. Now he's working by himself. Candace Owens is the same way in a lot of ways. Now he's working for himself. He owns his own production company, his own network, and he's selling nicotine pouches, whatever else. He's a self-made man. He doesn't have to say anything, or he's not beholden to anybody. And I think for the first time ever, we're actually hearing the true Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. And I think every other time he was convincing us of other things. Yeah. Rare voices of clarity and integrity in a noisy space. We're going to rip through these last few. Living in BFN with the family, goats and chickens is the best decision. Goats are awesome. Yeah. Again, the only thing I would say with that is like, that's great. And that's great for you. But like, we got to get more voices out there fighting, because that's going to be taken away from you. You can either keep your head in the sand and not engage in the fight and be like, I'm over here. I'm Switzerland. I'm just, raising my family. And by the way, I applaud that. That's just like Chase said, that's my dream. I want to be on 1,000+ acres right in the middle, and I want to have freaking a target card ready for anybody coming down any area, any avenue of approach. That's what I want. And living my own thing, doing my own thing. But unfortunately, you're going to lose your country. But I hear what you're saying, and I'm not shitting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I'm jealous. It's on right now.
Bro.
I'll check it out. All right, and last one. Jesse Waters reporting there's a coup underway in Iran. The Iranian Guard just took the Ayatollah hostage and scuttled peace talks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, interesting. We'll have more to talk about tomorrow. Well, Chase, listen, man. I appreciate you for being my battle buddy, bro, and hanging in there with me.
Man. I got you.
Appreciate that. Folks, we appreciate you guys tuning in very much. Thank you so much for all your support. Hopefully you found this engaging, entertaining, educational. Don't take us at our word. Hopefully we showed you, I think we did a good job trying to back up everything that we said and allegations that we said with actual receipts. I think it's there. But yeah, and I always encourage disagreement, and I appreciate, for the most part, I was looking at the live chats. We got over 4,200 comments. I'm sure some of them are pretty wild, but for the most part, everybody stayed civil and engaged with one another. And we had some discourse with, I don't know, a little common sense and civility, which is what we need more of. Chase, thanks for what you do, man. I'm serious, man. I enjoy your content very much on X. I think you are a voice even among Green Berets. I think you clearly do a lot of research in your work and what you do. So thank you for doing all that, man. I really is appreciative, and I appreciate it. And you're a good example for what soldiers out of the military are supposed to do. If you're going to engage in this, like, we got to hold ourselves to high standards. So thank you for doing that.
No, you too, man. The same thing. I mean, I love getting on and being able to just have a conversation with people that, one, understand, and then also want the truth. And that's the goal here, is like, let's talk about the world in a realistic standpoint, and then let's talk about the truth. And those are the two things that really matter about this. So, and America, this is what actual America first looks like. And we need to spread this more, because that's what it's all about. So yeah, man, appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for coming on tonight, and loved it. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all your support. Make sure you go follow all these guys. We'll get it fixed. If you're watching this in the future, we'll have links in the description to everybody, but you can also just Google their names, and you can find them on X. You can find them on YouTube and some other places out there. Make sure you go follow us on X. A lot of crazy stuff happening. I think we definitely have a show tomorrow night. Jen, are you still there? I think we have a show tomorrow night. Anyways, stay tuned. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and hit that bell notification button for all of our channels, including what's Chase, what's your YouTube channel called?
It's the same handle. It's at GBNT 1952, when Special Forces was created. So I wasn't born in 1952, if you guys couldn't tell that.
My God, you're a World War II relic. You're a relic.
Gary? I've been refitted.
Yes, ma'am.
I am here, and the links are in the description. I got all the links that everybody sent me. And then tomorrow night we have Jeffrey Peterson and Shannon Townsend of the MG show.
Awesome.
And then
looking forward to it.
Next Tuesday, because Tuesdays are the best, we have our wonderful EJ Snyder, 6-time Naked and Afraid alumni, to come on and talk about survival when, everything blows up.
And folks, he will be showing up naked, possibly afraid as well. So it's going to be great, because we are going to talk about preparation, survival, in lots of different areas, and hopefully it'll be educational for you, whether you are a longtime prepper, survivalist, whatever it is. We're going to have information for you. But if you are just like, hey, you know what, I want to be a little bit more prepared for the next storm, for self-defense, home defense, whatever it is, we're going to be covering all those and answering all your questions. It's going to be a great show, so make sure you tune into that. But we also going to have a great show for you tomorrow night too. So Wednesdays are great too. So don't be sending out unfounded accusations that Tuesdays are the only great day, Jen. I don't appreciate that.
No. Tuesdays are just super cool.
No, hey, thanks, Jen. We appreciate you. All right, folks, listen, go get some rest. I'm tired. And anyways, I'm sure my wife's upstairs angry at me that I haven't gone to bed yet. But anyways, you guys have a wonderful night. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.